Check. Check. Test, test. There we go. There we go. We have the correct camera now. Good morning, and welcome to day 4 of Access 2020. My name is James Forney, your Access 2020 Conference Chair and Systems and Technical Services Coordinator here at Vancouver Community College in downtown Vancouver on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. I would like to thank our sponsors today, Simon Fraser University, University of British Columbia, the BC Libraries Cooperative, and OCLC, who is sponsoring tomorrow's Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture. I would also like to thank all of my fellow organizers, Adrienne, Alex, Cynthia, Eka, Michelle, Rebecca, and Tamarack. You are all amazing. And I'd also like to thank our semi-organizers, Fiacre, Hillary, and Scott, who've also made amazing contributions to what we've created here today. Today we have another exciting program. At the break, as always, we'll have Alex's Adventures in Second Life, and as well a special treat. Ben Hyman, UL for Vancouver Island University and chair of the BC Co-op Association, has created for us a special goat experience. So we'll look forward to that. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got a note here that Alex is in debtor's prison. Not sure what that means. A few housekeeping notes. If you're speaking today, use the raise hand just to make sure we can identify you and make sure you're made into a panelist so you can speak. And once you are a panelist, please keep your microphone and video off until you are speaking. And finally, I'd just like to note, I should mention also at the end of today, we have a yoga session, which is very exciting. And I'd just like to note that we don't have a plan for Access 2021. This year has been great, fun organizing, and maybe we'd like to do an online conference again next year. Let's have a conversation about that. Maybe this year all of us were in Vancouver, Victoria, BC. Maybe we all don't need to be in the same place if we're doing an online conference. So if you're interested in getting involved, we're putting together a form, so you can just put your email and we'll contact you, or you can just send an email, whatever you want, to accesslibcon@gmail.com, and we'll get back to you once the dust settles from all of this. So without further ado, I'll turn things over to Tim, who is our moderator for our first session. Tim?
Hello, thanks, James. Good morning, everyone. Before we get going, I just want to take the opportunity to Remind everyone that we're currently going to start day 4 of Access 2020, the greatest of all time. Also want to reinforce the idea that we have a code of conduct we're all bound by, so please be mindful of that. And with respect to interacting during the presentations, please make judicious use of the Q&A chat box. We'll be sure to attend to those questions as they come in throughout the participants' presentation. A couple other more pressing housekeeping things. I don't have all of the panelists promoted to panelists quite yet for this block of talks. So if you're scheduled to talk in this section, please raise your hand and we'll have you promoted to a panelist. All right. Okay, so with that said, I think we can get going with our first session. So please help me welcome David Kemper. He'll be presenting us, a lightning talk on a series of unfortunate events managing a library IT meltdown during COVID-19. And David Kemper is a digital experience librarian at McMaster University Library, where he chairs the library's web committee, manages the digital experience department, and is responsible for designing and developing public web interfaces and deliver satisfying user experiences. In his spare time, he enjoys hiking and photography. He usually combines his two passions every weekend among Hamilton, Ontario's conservation areas. Sorry, go ahead. Let me throw it over to you, David. All right, there we go. Okay, I see David's activated his video. I imagine his screen share will start momentarily.
Sorry, David, I can't hear you.
Sorry, David. I think you're still muted, unfortunately.
Hello?
There we go. That's the one.
There we go. All right. Thank you. Perfect. Oh boy, technology. You gotta love it. Okay. And I've been doing this for 7 months and I still get screwed up. So there you go. Let me share my screen. Let me get this in full view. And awesome. All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, today I'm going to tell you the story about a series of unfortunate events managing a library IT meltdown during COVID-19. So the incident. So in the early hours of April 28, 2020, the library IT department scheduled a routine reboot of one of our servers, which hosted a number of our important library systems, including the library website. Now, this was a routine task, nothing out of the ordinary, and it should have taken no longer than a minute. Unfortunately, it caused a catastrophic cascading error, corrupting files, databases, including some of our backups, and the loss of web content. So this problem was one of the strangest ones because it only manifested itself when the server was rebooted. So the impact on the systems, and here I listed a whole bunch of the systems that were affected, but looking at the library website, it went down. And when we were finally able to restore it with the last backup that was not corrupted, we noticed that we had lost 2 years of content. So 2 years of content went missing. And that's pretty much how everything else was impacted as well. Meanwhile, the impact on users, basically library staff and students and faculty no longer had access to the library website when it was down. And when it did come back up, obviously the content was outdated. And also more importantly, people could not access remote access into our licensed e-resources because the web page that contains the EasyProxy login was down as well. To make matters worse, this was happening all during COVID-19, just right at the start in April. So campus was closed due to COVID-19. Library staff were at home working remotely. And basically all access to library services and resources pivoted to online only. So you can just imagine all those very systems that we were relying upon were impacted by this incident. So after a great deal of shock and disbelief and frustration and finally acceptance, the recovery and restoration process began. So what I want to do with the following section is just to give you some sense of some of the main areas that we focused on when we were managing this crisis. So the first section that we really worked on was the management of it. So right off the bat, we sought support from the library leadership team in order to get their support that this was an error that had happened, and we just really needed everyone, all the staff's understanding. As a supervisor of the library IT team, excuse me, I had to prioritize the work, clear their calendars of all meetings or whatnot, so they could have time to focus on finding a solution. And essentially, whenever we had a call or little meetings, it was really brief calls or brief chats. Another thing from a management perspective is that we adopted a no shame, no blame policy. So there was no pointing of fingers, no questioning of people's abilities or who did what and who did what wrong. This was basically the way we looked at it, was that this was a piece of the process failed, not an individual. And also delegating tasks to those who were willing to help us out. But at the same time, even as a supervisor, it was important for me to roll up my sleeves and get heavily involved as well. So in a sense, I became the point person for the recovery and restoration process. And the other section too that we found was very important was communications. During a crisis, communication is really important. So we found that honest, transparent, empathetic, as well as apologetic communication was important. No sugarcoating. We told people that this was really bad. We lost a lot of content, and this is going to be a hard work to get everything back to normal. So we communicate with all levels of staff. So from the library staff to students and faculty to faculty with library hosted blogs. We reached out to every group that we could think of that were impacted by this and really tried to explain what was wrong and what we're doing about it. So overall, the communications were solutions oriented, action oriented, and we felt this was a wise approach at a time when many people felt powerless, especially the site is not working or content is not there. It gave people a sense that things were going on, even though it was really a tough time at the moment. And lastly, from a systems perspective, there was no time for us to figure out what had gone wrong. What we did was we had to rebuild our new virtual machines for all those affected systems. So we restored services in order of priority. So I mentioned before about off-campus access. So even though EasyProxy was still running, there was no problem there. The web page that the login was hosted on was down. So we fixed that up immediately and tried to do our best to bring up the library website, even though content was outdated. In terms of restoration and recovery of content, we had to really use a lot of different techniques here. And one of the major ones was using Google Cache, Web Cache, and Bing Web Cache, and a whole bunch of Internet Archive to find older web snapshots of our site, most of it from early 2020, say, January, February, March. And basically, we asked our library web content editors to go to those specialty cache websites and copy and paste the content that was missing. This was probably the only way. It was a very difficult process, but we realized that essentially it was a blessing in disguise to have these little tools available to us, especially Internet Archive, to get a lot of our information that was lost back into our live website. Most of it was text, thankfully, but there's other pages that had a lot of complex formatting and images that we had to recreate piece by piece. And in some cases, it was really a case by case where we had to sit down and work one-on-one with the individual web editor. And then in the aftermath of all this, what worked? Basically an intense 2 months of coordinated work to restore affected systems and missing web content. And in some rare cases, unfortunately, all content was lost. The other thing that worked too was just communicating. I was writing emails 2 to 3 times a week, reassuring people that this is what was going on, this is what we're doing, and really appreciated everyone's effort and support. And also having an IT disaster recovery plan. Now, we didn't have a comprehensive plan, but we had enough information about our systems, our servers, and even some of our backup information to at least rebuild things as best as we could quickly. And also support from library leadership. No one from the leadership team pointed fingers at us or were angry per se, but it was just a matter of saying, what happened was, please ensure that this doesn't happen ever again. So, and also support from library staff. They were very generous with their time to help recover and restore content. Again, monumental. I talk very easily about it right now, but just imagine sitting in your living room or your dining room and trying to figure all this stuff out remotely. And after all this, the incident gave rise to a new project, the IT Roadmap, which was our version of really taking a deeper look at all of our systems to make sure this would never happen again. And lastly, what did not work? Well, clearly our backup procedures, there was something not working. So we couldn't restore earlier backups. We only could find things from 2018. So basically what we learned was implementing new backup procedures. So we're really trying to work overtime on this area. And we've done some great progress in this area. But backups are essential. Test your backups. That's another thing too. Make sure that they're working. Another thing that did not work for us was, again, blaming, pointing fingers. Some of my colleagues felt that they were in shock. What did I do? I couldn't believe it. What happened? But we just reminded each other, no, we're a team. We're going to figure this out. We're going to work together to solve the problem. So in the final aspect of all this, don't wait for a pandemic, an emergency, or a crisis to begin drafting your disaster recovery plan. A successful plan is not just technical, but it's multifaceted, involving rapid management decisions, frequent communications, and the readiness and coordination of staff and resources. And that's that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, David. Unfortunately, I think we're kind of at time, so I will encourage anyone that has follow-up questions to post them in the community doc or make them available there, and we can pick them up. I know I certainly will have sweaty nightmares tonight of backups not working. And, yeah, congrats on
please do, please do. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks. All right, so up next, we have Thalini Samarakun, who works as the biomedical data librarian in the University of Miami Libraries. She provides data services to the faculty, researchers, and students via consultations and workshops. And she'll be presenting on best practices in data visualization. And now we have a pre-recorded presentation for this, so let's fire this up. All right, one moment, everyone. I think I got to get the audio working correctly here.
Hi, Tim. This is Tilani.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, so if you have issues, I can go ahead and do my presentation live too. I have my slides ready if you want me to do that.
Let's see here. Okay, I got some good news. I think James will take over on the tech support here, and he'll be able to fire this up. So bear with us, and thank you for your offer. But I think James will have it going. Let me unshare and.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hey, Tim, just to give you a heads up, we're having some technical difficulties on this side, but we should be good to go. I think it's better for it to play from our end. Give us a sec. And everyone, if you'd like to take a very quick coffee break, that would be okay also.
Thanks, Eka, and I'm sorry this happened on my watch.
No, all good. Just a couple more minutes. James is just queuing the video up. And we do have a little bit of time that we can push into.
I've been instructed I should start singing, so is there anyone have any requests?
We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when. Da, 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 da,
Meet
da,
again
da,
someday
eating time.
soon.
That was inspirational.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining my presentation today. My name is Tilani Samarakon, and I work as the Biomedical Data Librarian at the University of Miami Libraries. Today, my presentation is focused on tips to create effective data visualizations. Data visualization is the visual presentation of data and an essential step in data analysis. There are different types of graphs to visualize data. They can be interactive, and one could look more attractive than the other. So how do we select the right graph? First of all, we should know the audience. What is the skill set of your audience? Do they have time to go through all the plots and tables? When selecting a graph, think of the message you are delivering to the audience. Avoid clutter, grids, legends, background colors can be avoided. Use of color, highlighting, and size are important factors when it comes to focusing the audience's attention on the visualization. In this example, we are looking at the number of tickets or requests received at the help desk. We want to know how we are keeping up with the incoming volume of tickets. With the bar graph, it is difficult to identify any trends. Now I'm changing my bar graph to a line graph. We are falling behind in processing the tickets after May. This trend can be identified only after plotting the line graph. We can remove the clutter by shortening the names of the months eliminating the decimals and the grid lines. It is good practice to leave the background white. When I name the lines on the graph itself, you can easily correlate the colors with the legends. Highlighting data or columns. So if you want to talk about the statistics for a particular month, you can highlight that month. In the second graph, I choose to display the labels on the bars. Now I can remove the axis labels and the tick marks. I am presenting the percentage of profit of sales in a company in different regions. Pie charts are difficult to read, but if you look at the bar graph, it is clear that we had the most profits from the south. This information is visible because I arranged the bars in the descending order. It is discouraged to use pie charts, especially 3D pie charts. So these tables show the profit percentage for regions from January to April. The only difference in the second table is that I am leveraging colored cells to convey the relative magnitude and the importance of the number. It is good practice to use soft colors to display most of the information and then bright or dark colors to highlight information that requires greater attention. So this chart shows the results of a survey given to students before and after a program to find out how they feel about science. Both these plots contain the same information. The pie charts are difficult to read and color is a distraction. Now we will focus our attention on the second chart. Here text is used to explain the before and after finding. Color is used to show the importance. It has a heading saying that the pilot program was a success. Now we do not have to study the charts to come into conclusions. This is a dashboard. Data dashboards organize and display relevant information from multiple data sources into one. Visual order is an essential factor in a good dashboard. Here there is less chaos and using white spaces improve the visual success. There is too much going on in this dashboard. Definitely not a good example. This is a good example of a dashboard, a good dashboard, and it is simple and easy to follow. So I would like to recommend this book if you are interested in reading more about this topic. I would conclude my presentation by saying do not simply show your data but tell a story with it. And I hope these tips will help you. Thank you for your attention and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you very much, Thalini. We do have a few moments for questions, so please send them into the Q&A box. I think there was one in the chat box. I'll try to repeat it here. Can you please repeat the name of the book? Oh, there it is. It's in the chat box as well, and I'll just narrate it for the sake of consistency. It's Storytelling with Data, a data visualization guide for business professionals from 2015. All right, great, thank you. Oh, look at that, and a link to the book. Any additional questions? Wow, okay, so.
Thanks again. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, here we go. They're firing into the Q&A. All right. Okay, since we do have a few minutes, I'll try to I'll ask some of these questions, and we'll see how far we can get through them. Let's see here. Can you please go over why the bad dashboard is bad?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can share the screen and show you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Yeah, so the first thing that I notice is like there's so much color going on here. It's almost a distraction here because it's really difficult to follow the information when there's so much color. That's why I suggested that you use lighter colors to show most of your information. But then if there's information that you really want to highlight, then you come in and use colors. But you wouldn't use very colorful backgrounds. And then if you look at the bar graph here, you can see that you could still remove some of the clutter from here. And I don't know, like, how would you read these percentages, right? It's very difficult. That's why I suggested that you could either label them on the columns itself to remove, if you want to remove the y-axis, you can do that. By doing that, maybe I can go to my example. Exactly like here. So we don't have to go into the y-axis to read out the labels, but rather get that information just by looking at the plot itself.
All right, great. We have a couple other questions here that are fairly similar, so maybe I'll just summarize them with the following. Is there ever a good time to use a pie chart?
That's a good question. I think maybe if you are looking at two categories, yeah, you can use the pie chart, but it is not encouraged. I think the reason is when you have a pie chart, you have to look at the angles to get an idea about the size, and it's very difficult to. I know you have the numbers here, but still it's very difficult to process it in your head and see how the lines would line up, right? Like, for example, if I go into this one, I know I have the percentages here, but if I plot it this way, I could clearly see how the trend is, or how the percentages are. So that's why I think the pie charts are discouraged. But there could be situations that it might work for you. If it does, of course, you can go ahead with it.
All right, very good. I think we just have another question here, which will take us, I think, exhaust our time here, but let's see here. Can you comment on making visual information more accessible?
Yeah, so like, for example, I'm using Tableau like to create these plots, right? So in Tableau, you have color palettes that are specifically designed for if you have anybody colorblind in your audience, so you can select that kind of color palettes when you are creating your graphs and plots.
All right. So I think we're just about done. Just looking at the there's some other questions in the Q&A box here. Let's just see if we can address them. Okay, so I guess, oh, fortunately, I've been told we're out of time. So what we'll do is we'll transfer these questions to the collaborative document, and we can continue the conversation on there. So join me once again in thanking Thalini for her presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, next up, we have Amy McLay Patterson, and she'll be presenting on what is a library website anyways. Amy is the Assessment and User Experience Librarian at Thompson Rivers University. She has kept her sourdough starter alive since March. Oh, that's great. And her current favorite coping mechanism is getting really into archery. Take it away, Amy.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Oh, I lose my notes. Oh, that sucks. Oh, well. All right. So my name is Amy Patterson, and I am coming to you from Thompson Rivers University, which is on the traditional unceded territory of the Secwepemc people. And I'm going to talk about what is a library website. And I want to start it off with a question. If this was live, I'd probably throw this out to the audience, but instead, I want you all to just sort of meditate on this for a moment, because you may be completely sure about what your answer is here. You may have never thought about this before, but one thing I'm quite sure of is that not everybody has the same answer. So this is the story of two research projects. One is what I had planned to do, and the other is what actually happened. And ideally, those would be the same, but in this case, it was not. So I wanted to do a website usability study, and because I wanted to be sure that the tasks represented in the study were consistent with what people actually wanted to do, I started things off with an exploratory survey. So I had no illusions that there would be a lot of people answering this survey, but it did have a couple of purposes. I wanted to align the usability tasks, get some ideas of common barriers, and I also wanted to recruit users for the usability study out of the survey. So after the survey, there would then be usability tests, which were 6 common website tasks over 3 different user groups, student, faculty, and library employees. And these were to be followed up with post-test interviews to get some final thoughts about the website and the tasks. Some of that happened. The exploratory survey happened. So 95 users completed the survey, which is not as many as I hoped, but I hoped for around 100. I wanted to get those extra 5, but I just kind of left it. But it did accomplish its purposes. Many did leave their email address, and I did tweak the usability tasks and the interview questions based on what I learned. So the usability tests, I started to run those in March 2020, and you can see where I'm going with this. The library employee user group was completed, the faculty user group was underway, and then COVID. So what we're talking about here is going to be mostly based on the survey, and I did take, I believe it was David's presentation to heart yesterday about running usability tests during the pandemic. So that's a lot to think about. But there were some immediately interesting things about the survey, as well as how they reflected on COVID, that I've been ruminating on since. So first of all, one user group was both much better represented and experienced different usage patterns than the others. Say it with me, library employees is the group. And what was the most interesting thing is that the responses in the survey did not seem to reflect a common understanding of the boundaries, the scope, or the purpose of the library website. So, what can a library website be? A representation of the physical library, an extension of the library, a branch of the library, a research portal, a single resource, a communications tool, a halfway house for neglected documents. Mostly my lizard brain says it is that one sometimes when people just want to throw everything up there, or an educational tool. So I'm not going to talk about all these things today. First, I'm going to get rid of my lizard brain interpretation, because I don't think that's probably a useful one, and that's just my most negative, cynical moments. Communications tool, I've really only seen echoed by marketing people, and it wasn't one of the interpretations that I saw either prominently in the literature or in the survey responses. An educational tool, I agree that it is, but I think that definition is probably a little vague for my purposes here. And normally I'd probably want to talk a little bit more about the single resource, because I think there's some interesting things to mine there, but it's closely related to our research portal interpretation, which is a little bit more fulsome for discussion. So why do these models matter? Yes, a website can be all of these things, but what I found in the literature is that there is reflected a somewhat shared understanding of values. So pretty much everybody would say, we want our website to be usable, without any real critical reflection on what our place and purpose is. And those that did seem to be quite adamant about a particular model, a particular purpose, didn't really talk about where that came from. They just kind of said, this is what it is. I think that there's a lack of awareness that people do view these things differently, and our mental models do affect priorities, allocation, and our overall goals. I want to be very clear that I know that the website responses were really low. So what I'm not trying to say is this percentage of this user group thinks this. I don't have that data. What I am trying to do is say, I saw in both the literature and the responses that I got, these particular interpretations represented. And I want to elaborate on how these representations affect our overall goals of our website and the possible success of that site. So the website as a research portal, and you see this a lot from faculty. There's a lot of things on the website, but they just want to get to their stuff. In the literature, we see a lot of Google anxiety. It sort of peaks around 2010, but it never really goes away. Comparing us to Google, Google as competition, why we are Google, why we aren't Google, lots of Google stuff, but there's lots of stuff about how searching is central. Websites are inventories and access points for information. And to sort of verify that literature, this is a graph of responses from the survey. The question was, what is the most frequent reason for you to use the library website? This was open text, and I categorized them via inductive coding. Across all three of the major user groups, you can see that research is by far the top response. Examples of responses that I would have coded as research. My favorite response of the survey, writing papers, proving people wrong. I would have titled this presentation that if I thought it made any sense at all. To look for scientific papers, find books related to my research. This one wasn't even a university member, this was a community member. And so many people just wrote research. But let's get back to that Google anxiety, because when we think of us as solely or primarily a research portal, there's lots of evidence out there that users prefer to obtain information directly from the internet, particularly popular search engines such as Google and Google Scholar. I've quoted one article exactly here, but it's everywhere. There's something like this line in so many of the articles that I read. So if we are a research portal, we may not be doing it that well. And if we are, isn't this the aspect of our site that we've given over the most control of to our vendors, to our publishers? At TRU, we use EDS. Other people use Summon, Primo. There's not a lot of people who are using homegrown discovery tools. And while librarians, we put a lot of effort into customizing these, into configuring, into working with these vendors, there's a lot of control that we've given up about this particular area. And finally, I think the research portal interpretation sort of leaves off that student success factor. Now, the reason why I say student success rather than user success is because this is the language that I saw reflected from the survey. And I just want to go back to my graph for a second. that little blue line, which is the only other response reflected in all 3 user groups, are responses to do with student success. So when asked about past use of the website, which was another survey question, supplementary resources for research and writing, so citation guides, for example, was the most popular answer after the research functions, such as books and articles. An example of a response I would have coded as a student success response is this one right here: checking the website as a site for my students' reference regarding general how to research information. And a library employee in an interview said on the main purpose of the website to help students or individuals find information they are looking for to help them with their assignments. So that's our student success factor. And I think if we're viewing our websites solely as research portals, that doesn't entirely get captured there. So more prominently, we see these other models of an extension, of website as an extension and website as a representation. And I think those are a little bit related. One is much more prominent, I think, than the other. So website as extension, I saw this quite a bit in the fact that I would ask people in survey questions about the website, and they would respond as if I was asking them about the library. So the question, why did you visit the library website today? On a survey that had, explained already that it was about the website, surrounded by questions about the website. The second most popular theme in the responses after research was a conflation with the physical library. A number of the survey responses about their comments about the website did not actually relate to the website. And I have a quote here from the Vaughan and Collicott article. If the library is an extension of the, if the library website is an extension of the library and not a substitute for it, librarians and web designers cannot expect patrons to automatically utilize all the information resources contained within. And I think if is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. And then, of course, there's the notion that the library is everywhere, which you see a lot in the literature, and I don't really have time to unpack that either. So we're using the website to say that the library is everywhere. This is our extension into cyberspace. So the more common, probably the most pervasive model that I saw throughout the literature and also in discussing things with library employees is the model of website as a representation of the physical library. So this Liu article, library websites have made significant efforts and are successful in putting available information online and providing complete access to library resources and services. That article, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all the archaic ways of writing the word website. They are quite entertaining. She also uses liberal scare quotes, which I also found just really, really pleasing to me. I also have a couple of quotes here from library employees. These are both about the main purpose of the website: to get across all of the information that is needed to access the resources and the services the library offers, to communicate anything that is going on, being able to access all the services and materials the library has. But that's an awful lot to live up to, isn't it? I could post a number of quotes here about how users are overwhelmed with too much information, but I would also refer you all back to Shelley's presentation from Monday. I think I saw a tweet during that time, something like, everybody's requested a quick link and now they're not quick. Is this what we really want our websites to be? Do we have any chance of succeeding with this framework? Okay, so website as library branch. this is just kind of how I always thought of it. And I think COVID sort of supports this interpretation. So when COVID hit, it was immediately clear how much of our website was oriented around the use of the physical library. And we had to make a lot of changes very quickly so that that would no longer be the case. There were a lot of talk about panic LibGuides, and that was finally quelled into a single guide. Our existing guides were simplified. We took a lot of stuff down, which cheered my soul. And we put in some new infrastructure to virtually connect with library employees. So if the website is a library branch, if we view it this way, we're still going to overlap significantly with the physical library. But that means that we're not going to be beholden to physical branches. We can have our own specific needs and priorities. A lot of library employees especially commented on how things are buried. I actually think that's reasonable. You know, the homepage has limited real estate. We can use this to change the perspective of library staff in regard to how the website is used as an information resource, and the importance of visible and prominent connection points with library staff is paramount. Okay, so final thoughts. I think we all need to consider or possibly reconsider the mental models of a website, and doing so accept that our user communities probably don't share these models. We need to encourage more connection, facilitation, and guidance. And I think the last one is something Shelley was asking as well. How do we better disseminate website purpose and scope to all library employees? And that's my presentation.
All right, great. Thank you, Amy. We do have a moment or two for questions, if anyone has any. And while they come trickling in, I'll take this opportunity to say, y'all spit hot fire in the chat box. It's really been great to see.
I saw one about the band called Panic LibGuides. Do support. That's my new favorite. Please do that, somebody.
Great. Okay. Okay. Quick question coming in the chat box here. Will slides be, will you be able to share the slides after?
Oh, yes.
Awesome. Great.
I mean, I assume there's a way to do that. I'll figure something out.
Excellent. Okay. So we have oh, here we go. They're trickling into the Q&A here. There's a couple here. Have you read any good papers about how to change library staff mental models about what a website should be? Oh,
well, no, nobody, like I said, I didn't really see anyone talking about mental models. It just seemed to me it was very clear that they were there and that they weren't always the same. I honestly didn't see anyone acknowledge their positioning of a website as one of many mental models. The closest one is probably that Liu article from 2008, but she sort of says straight out, this is what it is. So a lot of people are talking about main purposes. They talk about things that students connect to, but acknowledging different mental models was, from my perception, a huge gap in the literature.
Interesting. Maybe we can squeeze in one more question here. When you say unnecessary forms were taken down, what were those? And then were there things that people previously thought were necessary and realized they actually weren't?
Well, when I say unnecessary, I mostly meant to the current situation. So a lot of things, a lot of the physical services that we weren't offering, the forms were available and we took it down to simplify. But I think that this is something that we can use to go further. When we talk about what's actually needs to be available on the website, that data is available. Who uses what links? I think a better amalgam is things like the book lists that were simplified. A lot of people finally trimmed their LibGuide book list because people weren't using books. But before, when we had all that data about how many were clicked on, they really weren't being used before.
Interesting. I think we can squeeze in one more here. So I'll just, I'll read it out. What is the role of marketing and communication of the website in your view? You took away the purpose early on, but I'm seeing more influence on this actionable purpose.
I don't really think that that is a purpose of the website. I didn't see that. When I did see it reflected in the literature, it was basically to say, we looked at this and students don't care. They don't care about our brand. Nobody is looking to the website for communication. I didn't see any comments in the survey about wanting to learn things about the library in that way about the website. It doesn't seem to be, I didn't see it reflected.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that answer. Looking at the clock now, I think we're at time. So we'll move the rest of these questions to the collaborative document and we can continue the conversation there. And thanks again, Amy.
Okay, great.
All right. So let's queue up our next presentation here. I would like to welcome Kathy Stathis and Alex Garnett. They'll be talking about making a harvester harvestable, federating an OAI endpoint directly from Postgres. Kelly is the Discovery and Metadata Coordinator for the Canadian Association of Research Libraries Portage Network. At Portage, Kelly develops further search and discovery functionality and supports metadata best practices for data deposit in Further. Kelly is based in Vancouver, BC, where they can be found learning French with Duolingo or baking scones. And Alex is the Research Data Management and Systems Librarian at Simon Fraser University. And I've been told he's been in debtor's prison once, but just to say hi. So I'll hand it over to Kelly and Alex.
Great, thanks, Tim. Thanks very much for the introduction and opportunity to speak. My name is Kelly. I'm presenting today with Alex, and today we'll cover how we made harvested metadata able to be harvested by implementing an OAI PMH endpoint. So first, I want to start with some context for the metadata harvester, and then we'll go through how we made it harvestable. So the Federated Research Data Repository, or FRDR, is a scalable federated platform for research data management and the discovery of Canadian research data. FRDR is made up of several discrete parts. First, there's the repository platform, which is currently in limited production with 140 datasets, and that's built on DSpace. The discovery service, which will be the focus of this presentation, is essential metadata catalog for finding Canadian research data from many different sources. The discovery service harvests metadata for and indexes over 116,000 datasets aggregated from over 70 repositories. So the discovery service, Alex, can you go back a couple slides? Sorry, jumped ahead. Thanks. So the discovery service isn't tied to an existing repository infrastructure. It consists of a custom metadata harvester. It's built with Python, a Postgres database, and search functionality from Globus Search, and then a discovery interface built based on UBC Libraries open collections. So although we already use an OAI PMH endpoint for FRDR's DSpace repository service to expose the 140 datasets and growing deposited in FRDR, previously there wasn't an easy way to expose the 116,000 harvested metadata records as one OAI PMH feed. So next slide, please. So here's an abstracted diagram to explain that architecture. So the metadata harvester takes metadata from a variety of repositories, and several of these sources have OAI PMH endpoints. OAI PMH stands for the Open Archives Initiative Protocol for Metadata Harvesting. And we won't get too deep into the specifics of that in this presentation, but you can think of it as sort of a clunky API that provides an XML metadata feed. So other sources harvested by FRDR that aren't OAI PMH are CCAN, Database, Socrata, and other repository types that have their own platform-specific APIs that we can use. So in this diagram, you can see that FRDR's repository service is just one of many repositories harvested by the FRDR harvester, thanks to the DSpace OAI endpoint. And so in a sense, FRDR does harvest itself, sort of here. All this metadata is then stored in a Postgres database, which is used to provide metadata to Globus Search for the discovery interface. So on the next slide, we needed to make what we needed to do here was to make all of the harvested metadata harvestable, not just the 140 in the repository service. And specifically, we were interested in doing this to expose Furter's metadata to OpenAIRE Explorer. And that's an EU initiative that provides a discovery portal for international research outputs, papers, data sets, et cetera. And then it makes connections between them in what they call the OpenAIRE research graph. So to be harvested by OpenAIRE, we needed to build an OAI PMH endpoint for the entire Furter metadata catalog, exposing the harvest database. And we needed the ability to also customize how that metadata was presented in order to meet OpenAIRE specifications. And we'll go a little bit more into that later. So we came up with two initial approaches for how to do this. The first option was to use an existing repository platform with a built-in OAI PMH endpoint, for example, DSpace. And the other option was working totally from scratch to develop a custom endpoint. And spoilers, I guess, but neither of these were very good. With the first option, the idea was to sideload Furter's harvested metadata, the 116,000 records, into a new DSpace repository. This appealed to us because DSpace is a reliable and familiar platform, and we would be able to receive updates to the software from upstream as needed. But the cons, it would be a lot of overhead to spin up and maintain a second DSpace repository just for the purpose of using the OAI PMH feed from it. So this led us to our next option that we considered, which was just what if we built it ourselves from scratch? And well, pros would be it would be less maintenance compared to spinning up an entire DSpace repository, and we could customize it to meet our needs. But we'd have to build it ourselves, and that is a very large undertaking. So we didn't do either of these exactly. Instead, we ended up working with a project called Viringo from DataCite, and I'll hand it back over to Alex to cover how we adapted Viringo for Furter's use case.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. So we were really happy to find that Viringo existed. It's only about a year or so old, or it was a year or so old earlier this year, maybe a year and a half at this point. It's this many. There we go, 1.5. That's hard to do. But Viringo is a new open source project maintained and created by DataCite, the primary purpose of which seems to be for them to take their existing JSON API and turn that into OAI XML for anybody who still needs to crawl OAI XML. It's really well maintained and lightweight because it's brand new and does one thing. And it implements all those gnarly OAI edge cases like paging that we were not at all excited about trying to implement from scratch ourselves. So really a boon to have found this. It's brand new, it works, and credit to Kelly for researching it. Here is an example of what the current JSON endpoint looks like. So this is like the official DataCite API. And this is what they had, and they needed to also be able to produce XML, which isn't that exotic of a need. I mean, oftentimes you have JSON or XML APIs. In libraries, we still tend to need XML for certain reasons. JSON is more popular elsewhere, but having to have both is not unheard of. And they wanted to maintain their one JSON API as canonical, so they spun up this separate XML layer that could run on top of it, which was great. Here we have a way of transforming JSON to XML. It's pretty lightweight, and it already adheres to DataCite metadata schemas. So that's pretty much along the lines of what we're doing here already. Good stuff. The main thing we had to change is that we don't have a JSON API to use as input. We want to get to XML, but we are running this directly on top of our own Postgres database. So there's no app layer intervening here. We basically changed it from using JSON requests as input to just querying the database. So we had to change the way it would page requests, change the way it would queue up requests in order to not inadvertently put a huge load in our database and make like a single query to the XML endpoint, like load all n million records, but also to be able to make the paging work without mucking up the upstream Viringo code base too much. So keeping their concept of paging in place and just making it page directly on SQL. And that actually went pretty well, all things considered. It seemed like an ambitious move, but it worked out. And I like this because I think I've made no secret in recent years of being really wary of how much that we like in libraries to architect really, really big backends. We're like the Sir Mix-a-Lot of software architects, and it's not great. It's actually going against a lot of the trends in enterprise and in commercial software where everyone's trying to go like more thin apps, more lightweight front ends on top of just raw database layers. And so I'm always looking for ways for us to do less backend engineering and more trying to spin up thin services on top of databases. And so this made me really happy as an approach. I think it's more germane to what's going on outside of libraries, and it's something that's always top of mind for me. Dr. Kelly.
Thanks, Alex. So the other piece of adapting Virgo to our use case, in addition to making it run on top of the Postgres database, was changing the metadata output to work with Furter's metadata schema. So the OAI PMH standard requires that metadata be provided in unqualified Dublin core format, or OAI-DC for short, which looks like this. And conveniently, the Furter harvester schema is already based on Dublin core, so doing that crosswalk conceptually was pretty clear, and Virgo thankfully already did the bulk of the work to create that XML for us. So in addition to providing the OAI-DC metadata, we needed to output metadata that was compliant with OpenAIRE specification. And so although OAI-DC is required, the standard also allows you to provide additional formats. And the format we focused on was OAI DataCite, which is based on the DataCite metadata schema. And so since our goal was to be harvested by OpenAIRE, we were following their guidelines for data archives, which basically are outlining OAI DataCite with a few minor differences to work with their system. And so at first we thought, since we were using a project from DataCite, which outputs metadata in the OAI DataCite format, that our work would be mostly just the conceptual task of defining that crosswalk and then plugging in the fields as needed, like for OAI-DC. But as Alex mentioned, theirs was built to work with their JSON API. And it turns out that that API is also returning the full XML structure in OAI DataCite that they then use to serve it out in the OAI PMH feed. So since we don't have an API that also already produces the OAI DataCite XML, we had to do the work in Virgo, adapting that to generate the structure. So the implementation was a little bit more complicated, but we were able to generate the full XML, and it looks like this. So a couple differences from OAI-DC. Unlike OAI-DC, the format includes more hierarchy and it includes attributes. So for example, on this screen, you can see, it's probably a little bit small, but you can see a creator name is nested within a creator element. And there are also attributes, for example, the subjects, you can see that, and those are nested under subjects as well. Each one has an optional XML laying element, so you can indicate the language attribute. So that's really great for Furter because we're harvesting metadata in both official languages and sometimes even in the same record as shown here where there's translations. So now that you've seen a little bit of what the end product looked like for us, I'll hand it back over to Alex and he can cover some of the challenges and takeaways that we have with this project.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. So as Kelly mentioned, validation was unpleasant. Even when you have valid XML, it's usually not one person's version of valid XML. So there were a number of gotchas. We basically had to go hat in hand to Europe and say, we're sorry, it's not quite right again, which is kind of funny because when you picture taking your hat off and begging, you picture like a nice European gentleman going, please, please, please. And so like we kind of got in the spirit of things, but still. There were quite a few times where we just didn't quite have the validation 100% right based on the available schema information. And also developing with Docker because upstream, this is Dockerized, even though it's a Python app, was good and bad. Basically having to spin up a Postgres locally and populate all of the harvester metadata to get a representative sample, and then run this service on a different port in Docker. It felt a little bit bloated, but that's hard to get around at this point. Like usually we have the privilege of being able to write totally thin Python apps that we can debug that way. And this one got a bit chunkier, but it's no chunkier in production. It was just for dev, proved kind of obnoxious, and you can't always get good integration in the dev tools that way. But it was a really good decision. Like I said, I was very pleased that this project existed, that Kelly helped identify it. It fits our architecture really, really well. We avoided having to ship like a huge chunky bunch of functionality to avoid getting a funky bunch. Yeah, we avoided the Mark Wahlberg of OAI, which is good to everybody, especially people outside Boston. But we were able to avoid having to ship a whole separate repository architecture. It fit in really well. The DataCite folks have promised to merge this in upstream, so we don't have a maintenance burden from a separate code base. And I feel like we've actually wound up adopting microservices for Furter here without even meaning to in the first place. So we can now run our harvester and our OAI endpoint for our harvester pretty easily on the side and not worry about them breaking or interfering too much with other code that we have to merge and maintain. So it was really successful. We're really happy with how the work went, and we want to thank all of the participating members of Carl, the entire Furter team, all of Portage and Drio. We want to thank basically every person in Canada because this is a very broad-reaching project, and we're really happy to be able to index metadata more widely now with Europe included. So there you go. So yeah, thanks to Kelly. Kelly did more of the work on this than I did, and we are happy to take your questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. And let me be the first to say you're welcome. So we do have a question in the Q&A box. So here, I'll read it out for the both of you. The DC didn't seem to say anything about language. I take it the order of the values for a key. Let me try that again. The DC didn't seem to say anything about language. I take it the order of the values for a key representing the language it is. Let me just push that live. That might make more sense if it's in the chat box as opposed to my marble mouth pronunciation.
No worries. Yeah, the DC doesn't indicate language at all. So it's just a mix of keywords in whatever language they are.
Yeah, DC is never great. For OAI APIs in particular, it's still the default. You see that like OAI _ DC really frequently. OAI can expose different metadata schemas. It just doesn't by default. And so you kind of have to have that Dublin core spec, and it is somewhat poor. And so being able to expose data sites separately was definitely of interest.
Great. Excellent. Thank you for that answer. Let's see. Any other questions for... Nothing coming in yet.
I'll foreground what Eugene is saying in the chat because it is very interesting and it is of value. One of the benefits to now having an OAI feed for everything harvested by Furter is that if you were currently using your local summon search integration in order to pull in results from your local data repository and having to worry about local Solr and yada, 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 you should be able to avoid all of that in the future because you can now just use Furter's OAI feed in place of that. And we are doing our best to harvest every data repository from all of Canada. And so trying to push a little bit more of that burden off of local institutions and onto national indexes.
Very cool. All right, any additional questions? Anything else for Kelly and Alex? All right. Well, then with that, I always get tricked up by this Q&A box. As soon as I say something, it disappears or it pops up. But in any case, let's take this opportunity to thank Alex and Kelly again for their presentation. And that was great. Okay. Looking at the schedule, we're actually a bit ahead of time, which is interesting and fun, but that's good news. That means I'm doing my job properly, I think, anyways, or maybe it doesn't. All right. Well, let's then transition to our next presentation. And joining us today will be Mark Goodwin from the University of British Columbia, Paul Dante, also from University of British Columbia, Kelly Stathis, again, from the Canadian Association of Research Libraries, and Eugene Barsky, also from the University of British Columbia. And they'll be speaking to us today about Geodesy. I hope I'm saying that right. A new way to discover Canadian research data.
Thank you, Tim. I'm just going to start sharing my screen here. Thanks everyone for being here for our presentation. Tim, you did get the pronunciation right, so congratulations on that. It's Geodesy, a new way to discover Canadian research data. There are 4 people listed on this slide. Eugene is the project lead. My name is Mark. I'm the metadata coordinator for Geodesy. Paul is the software developer for Geodesy, and Kelly, who of course you met in the previous presentation, is the metadata and discovery coordinator for Carl Portage. So we're going to spend this presentation speaking about little bit of background around Geodesy, why we made it, also how it works, a little bit about metadata processes, and finally, we'll show you what it looks like and how to use it. And everyone is welcome to visit Geodesy. It's live at geo.further.ca. Quick overview to start off here. Geodesy is an open source discovery tool that allows users to find open data from Canadian researchers visually, spatially, and quickly. So a few key points here. Search results are driven by an interactive map. So that's the main feature of Geodesy. Users can come to the site and search for data based on its location. It contains data that is both geospatial in nature, but also anything that's simply associated with a location. So this is something that we see kind of setting Geodesy apart from more typical geospatial discovery tools. We're including data from any subject area, as long as it has a location associated with it. So it could be, a survey of residents from Toronto that would be mapped with a box around Toronto on the map and could be searched. It is a part of Further's website. We've all just been introduced to the fantastic world of Further in the last presentation. The idea is Geodesy provides a map-based alternative to Further's text-based search. So we completed the first phase of this project earlier this year. I don't know about anyone else. March to me feels about a decade ago, but it was this year. And in the first phase, we chose to focus on Scholars Portal Dataverse as the original source we wanted to connect to for content that can be searched in Geodesy. Scholars Portal is a fantastic resource. It's a repository that already includes data from a variety of Canadian institutions. But the idea long-term is to expand the source content to kind of match what Further has. So an aggregate search tool that's kind of like a one-stop shop for Canadian research data, of course, with Geodesy focusing on the location-based stuff. Last thing to mention here is that everything about it is open source. It's free to adapt from our GitHub page, which will be displayed on a later slide. Why is it useful? Because data can be hard to find, especially if location is a significant aspect of what you're searching for. An example I like to use here is a friend of mine who does research in an area that's not really defined by official borders or regions, touching on Alaska, Yukon, and British Columbia a little bit. So if she wanted to build a text-based search, it might look something like this if she wanted to capture that location. You'd start off with BC, British Columbia, all the terms that you think cover BC, but you don't really want to stretch into, lower BC, so you do a proximity search with north in there. I also mentioned Alaska, Yukon are part of it, but then, there might just be a park name associated with the data. So you want to get all the parks in there. Now, parks can be called preserves or reserves or recreation areas, and you can see it gets pretty complicated in a hurry. So the idea with Geodesy is that you just zoom in to the area you're interested in on a map, hit search, and there you go. Much nicer, much easier. You can see right now, Geodesy is searching for all the data located in the area I was just describing. So this is a look at the at Geodesy's interface. We're going to come back and do a little more of an in-depth exploration of what Geodesy looks like later. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Paul to talk about how the technology behind Geodesy works.
Thanks, Mark. And I get the next slide. There we go. So as Mark said, we are currently just pulling data from Scholars Portal. our software is actually designed to work with any Dataverse 4.x repository, but we are just pulling from Scholars Portal. So what we do is from Scholars Portal, we do a search, we get all of the metadata and all of the geospatial actual data, and we pull it into our middleware. Mark. From there, oh, I jumped a bunch. The data is put into GeoServer where it can be then previewed on our front end. The metadata is processed and converted into a format that our front end interface can utilize. So our front end is GeoBlacklight, which is a somewhat common open source front end for doing map search. Researchers can interact with GeoBlacklight and do their searches there. As I said, you'll get data preview from GeoServer. It also links back to Scholars Portal. So for phase 2, we wanted to expand to beyond just Scholars Portal. So we are going to be doing our best to deal with all of the repositories that Further is dealing with, so that there's not sort of a different data or set of repositories for the map search versus the text search. Through that, we decided that we are going to actually, rather than connect to each individual repository on our own, we are just going to connect to Further's Harvester directly, and then from there bring in the metadata and data. Okay. Bounding boxes are sort of the crucial feature of any data set if it's going to be displayed on Geodesy. The reason for this is that GeoBlacklight requires a bounding box in order for it to be able to search a data set. For those who don't know, a bounding box is basically the farthest north, south, east, and west extents of the data. So we can get that bounding box in sort of 3 different ways. The primary way we want to do it is if the researchers put in a bounding box into their metadata, we have assumed that the researcher knows where their data is representing. So we use that bounding box. If there's not a bounding box in the metadata, we can generate it programmatically through 2 different ways. If there are geospatial files, we can use GDAL to generate a bounding box for that geospatial file. If there's not that, then if there is just location data in the metadata, we can use another open source component, GeoNames, to try to get a bounding box from that. With that, every bounding box that we generate for a data set is represented as an individual record in GeoBlacklight. So that you know that if you're looking at a record, it represents this area you're looking at, even if the data set as a whole represents sites all around the world. These records will still be linked together, so you can still see there are other records in this data set, but each one is individual. And if a study doesn't have any sort of way to generate bounding boxes, it can't be displayed in GeoBlacklight, and it can't be displayed in Geodesy. I'm going to now, oh no, actually I have one more slide, just kidding. So this is what the metadata look like in Dataverse. As you can see, the geographic coverage is sort of the location metadata with country, state, province, city. And then there's also a bounding box metadata field. And with both of those, you can add multiple copies of each area. I'm going to now turn this over to Kelly to talk a little bit more about metadata.
Great, thanks, Paul. So yeah, part of what we're working towards with this integration of Further and Geodesy is, as Paul mentioned, enabling these additional repositories to be discoverable in Geodesy as well as Further. So each source repository's metadata has different geospatial elements that we're going to be working with. Some of them have bounding box metadata already. For example, Polar Data Catalog, Data Stream, and several of the CCAN repositories that we harvest. And that's ideal for Geodesy because then we already have the bounding box and we don't have to generate it. Some also have different place name metadata structures. For example, it could be a single field like DC coverage spatial, or it could be a different group of fields similar to those in the Dataverse block that Paul showed on the previous slide. So for place names, we're going to be addressing each repository's metadata individually to determine how to query geonames and generate a bounding box accordingly. So here's the current state of the metadata process from phase 1. As Paul said, the metadata is harvested currently from Scholars Portal Dataverse directly. So this is then crosswalked to Geodesi's internal schema and then enhanced with the geospatial metadata that's generated by the middleware, including bounding boxes that are generated from place names. And then from there, it's crosswalked to the 2 schemas used by Geodesi's front-end interface. First, ISO 19139, which is the XML representation of ISO 19115 standard. And then also the GeoBlacklight schema that's powering the map search. So the original plan for phase 2 was to work to expand Geodesy to have additional repository types, such as CCAN, Socrata, any of those ones with their own API. Each of these would then require an individual crosswalk to the Geodesy schema, and that would be really a lot of new crosswalks to develop. With a new plan for phase 2, we're planning to take advantage of the Furtr harvester to simplify this process. So Furtr already harvests metadata from these multiple repository platforms, and that metadata is crosswalked to the Furtr harvester schema, which is heavily based on Dublin Core and also has a couple elements from DataCite, like the geolocation fields that we're using. So we already have all these crosswalks in place, and we're adding more as we expand the harvester, add new repository partners, and sometimes the platforms if we don't already support them. And so what we're working on currently is building this crosswalk and connection from the Furtr harvester and Geodesi's middleware into the Geodesy schema. And so this way, instead of Geodesy having to harvest each one directly, it can just work with the metadata harvested and harmonized by Furtr's existing infrastructure here. So now I've gone through the architecture and turn it back over to Mark to cover some examples and the next steps for the project.
Thank you, Kelly. So just before we get to next steps, actually, we're going to look at, just do a quick walkthrough of what Geodesy looks like. Because of the time we were allotted here, we weren't brave enough to do a live demonstration, so we did just put screenshots in here, but you're welcome to follow along on the website at geo.furtr.ca. So if you come to Furtr's website, this is the page you're going to see. The link to Geodesy, which we've labeled map search here, is available just to the right of the text box search. So if you click through on the map search, you're going to see the search portal page for Geodesy. So the first thing we hope users will notice here is the banner at the top of the page that lets folks know that the content in Geodesy is different than Furtr. To avoid confusion there, we spoke about how we've just got Scholars Portal data in here right now. Long-term goal is to match Furtr's source content, but for now we're just calling it a beta version of Geodesy. And then after that, hopefully your eye is drawn to the map portal. That's the focus of everything we're doing here. So with the map, users can zoom in, the whole thing, it's all interactive. You can drag it around to the location that you're interested in. You can shift and click to draw a box for the map to zoom into, and then perform a search from there. You can also perform a text-based search from this page to search for Geodesy's content specifically. Once a search is performed, you're going to see this record page here. So a few things to note here. You still get the nice map view. Currently, the area we're looking at, there are 808 data records in Geodesy that are located in this area. It doesn't show up too well on the screenshot, but if you hover over any of the results, you're going to see the corresponding bounding box for that record. So right now, result number 9 is being hovered over. That's why there's that blue box there. So that's the location of that record. There are also some options on the left the left-hand side to limit and refine your search. You can sort in different ways. It's default sorted by relevance. And a quick note about that, the relevance prioritizes bounding boxes that best fit the window that you're searching for. So even though in this results list, there are going to be, there might be data that covers all of North America, or maybe, you know, just something much smaller, like a small island in this window, those are going to be suppressed down the list, and you're going to see things, see data that's prominent to the area that you're looking at. So if you click through onto one of the records, you'll see a record page that looks like this. Some, you know, typical descriptive metadata. The data source link is a link back to the original data source. So Scholars Portal, of course, in this case. Now I've selected a geospatial file here, which has some extra features. One being the direct download of the geospatial data on the right-hand side. There is an ISO 19139 metadata file available for all the records in Geodesy. That's a full comprehensive description for geospatial data. You might also notice that this is record 1 of 56. So that's because this geospatial data set included 56 different data files. So those are all split up into individual records in Geodesy. And then they're linked in that data relations menu catchment on the right side. Now, if you scroll down on this page, again, because it's a geospatial file, you're going to see the geospatial preview right on the page here. And this map is also interactive. Users can zoom in. You can click to find out different attributes of the data. So that's about it. It's not super complicated, kind of by design. There's not a whole lot of features or bells and whistles. We really wanted it to be a easy to use discovery tool for users from a wide range of different subject areas and experience levels. We just wanted it to be a kind of a clean and accessible tool. Quick note on the next steps for Geodesy. Both Paul and Kelly spoke about the integration with Furter's metadata harvester, so that work continues. We have a French translation of the user interface planned. There will also be more integration between Geodesy and Furter for a more kind of unified, streamlined experience in the future. And of course, we're going to be adding more data content to Geodesy that will be made available for discovery. Finally, we just want to acknowledge the generous support of Canada's new digital research infrastructure organization that provides funding for Geodesy through the Portage Network, which we are now part of. And to our many partners, it's been a largely collaborative effort, so couldn't have done it without all the help we received. Very grateful for all of it. Put our contact info here if you'd like to reach out. Also, our GitHub page is linked here if you want to check that out. And with that, I will say thank you very much to everyone for listening and open it up for questions.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I was just looking to see what data sets are around my house. That's really cool. So we do have a question that has come into the Q&A box. So I'll pass that along here, and I'll encourage everyone else to provide their questions. And let's see here. Do you foresee any performance issues when you add more content?
I can take that. So in terms of the GeoBlacklight interface that most people will be dealing with, it's a fairly robust system that's used by a number of universities with who are accessing large numbers of data sets. So I don't see any problems with that. I did realize during this talk that I'm going to have to change how we actually deal with the harvest, because that's going to take too long, but that will not be anything that any end users would see. That's purely something on my coding end that I realize I have to deal with.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions? have a lot
There was
of
another
kudos.
question. There was another question, team, in the chat box from Evan. Paul, can you take a look? It's about the OpenGeo metadata deposit. We didn't talk about it, but we should. So let's spend a minute describing this additional angle.
Yes. So the ISO 19139 metadata that we are creating, we are sending to OpenGeo metadata as well. That is our plan is to continue to do that. So if someone wants to harvest the XML metadata from OpenGeo metadata, we will continue to be adding new records from Geodesy to that.
Awesome, great.
Just I want to build on that, team. Just 1 second.
Of course, yeah, by all means.
People haven't seen. If people haven't seen what the OpenGeo metadata does, I recommend you to take a look. If you're running your own Geo Blacklight or you're using the one from Harvard or from Stanford, you can import all our records automatically into yours and utilize your own Geo Blacklight with our own records, which is quite cool once we deposit those records in GitHub, which we have done.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that follow-up. A couple questions trickling in here. So here's the first one, totally an expert question. If further data sets have no associated coordinates in the metadata, how will this be accommodated?
So if there are no coordinates in the metadata, there are no geospatial files, or there are no locations, in that case, it couldn't be displayed on the Geodesy interface. But if it has any of those three options, we can either use existing bounding boxes that they gave or generate bounding boxes and still use those data sets.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah, and just to add to that, one thing we were thinking about talking about in the presentation, but we cut because of time, is just how we're also considering how to continue using place names to generate coordinates. We were kind of spoiled with Dataverse to begin with because it breaks down place names into different geographic levels, city, province, or state, and country. But a lot of repositories just use a single field for place names. So that's one challenge we're going to work to find a solution for capturing those ones as well.
Interesting. All right. Another question here. I notice when I search Edmonton, I get 8 hits that include the word, but they often have a Canada-wide geo footprint on the map. How well do the text search and the geo search mesh in the metadata you're getting?
My guess, the reason that you're only getting Canada-wide results for the Edmonton is that in our current Scholars Portal Harvest, there aren't any Edmonton-specific data sets. So the only ones that you are finding are ones that are more national, so that their bounding box includes the city of Edmonton. Because the search is based on the bounding box extents. The text-based search is basically a filter on those results rather than additive. So they have Edmonton in them, because so that is maybe doing some filtering, but there aren't any actual bounding boxes specifically to Edmonton in our current data set.
Great. Okay. Are there any last minute questions? Okay. Not seeing any. Please take this opportunity. Let's take this opportunity to say thanks again to the panel, Mark, Paul, Kelly, and Eugene. So we're about 3 minutes from the break, and I've been told that this break is going to be perhaps the most greatest of all time experience you all will be privy to. So I mean, you know, oh yeah, I hear it's go to clock. Actually, looking at my watch, it's go to clock. So anyways, look forward to that, and we'll see you all after the break.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. It's your girl Roops. I'm our mod for this last chunk of the day. Let's get ready to roll. So we're going to finish up with some excellent presentations. I'm going to remind everybody that we have a code of conduct, so please abide by it. Mod is not asleep, just sleepy. And we have a Q&A feature. So if you have questions, please feel free to pop them in using the Q&A feature throughout the presentation, but I'll be reading them out loud at the end. All righty, so our first presenters, I believe we have everybody here. And we have open scholarship support models in Canadian academic libraries with Elise Lemay, a second-year student at the School of Information Studies at the University of Ottawa. She has a background in psychology and is currently working at the Library of Parliament as a co-op student. We also have Yu Young Lee, the interim head information technology at the University of Ottawa. She loves to collaborate with other colleagues on a variety of topics, including open source application development, scholarly communication, digital preservation, and open knowledge. And then we have Jeanette Hatherell, a scholarly communications librarian at the University of Ottawa. When not advocating for sustainable open access and against profit motives in academic publishing, she can usually be found biking in the Gatineau Hills or watching reruns of The Simpsons, only seasons 4 to 8, which is a stance I respect. All right, take it away.
Thank you. So I'm going to share our slides. Can you see my slides?
Beauty, they look great.
Okay, so today we are going to talk about our preliminary and exploratory journey to define open scholarship at the University of Ottawa in order to develop programs and service to support it. Before we would like to mention that we stand in solidarity with our SSU colleagues at U Ottawa, whose work are very important and valuable to the community. Based on our physical location, we would like to acknowledge that we pay respect to the Algonquin people who are the traditional guardians of this land and their long-standing relationship with this territory, which remains unceded. First, I'm going to talk about a bit of background information about the University of Ottawa and the library. It is the largest bilingual English and French public research institution located at the heart of Canada's capital, Ottawa. In 2015, the library embarked on a comprehensive organizational renewal to ensure that our new structure is well positioned for the future. The library was organized previously based on physical buildings like humanities and social science, law, and health science rather than functions or services. So the goal of this renewal project was to reorganize the library aligned with the functions and service to better meet our users' needs in a consistent way. So this is our new structure, and there are 6 divisions: research service, learning and user service, open scholarship and digital initiative, also called as OSDI internally, content and access, strategy and planning, and library administration. The other goal of this new organizational renewal project was to have expertise spreading throughout the divisions. So in turn, some of the portfolios under Open Scholarship umbrella, such as data and RDM, research data management, OER's open educational resources, and IR institutional repositories are under other divisions. So honestly, when we thought about open scholarship, it encompasses all of them in the context of the library. But as you can see here, they are spreading across the division, and open access OER and authors right are already really well developed by our amazing colleague. So we were wondering what else we could do to support our community to practice more open scholarship. So we thought that maybe we could start defining open scholarship in the context of U Ottawa as one of our objectives in the strategic plan 2020 and 2025 is to champion and provide campus leadership in open scholarship practice with an emphasis on French language. Elise will talk about our studies shortly, but I wanted to highlight that our work focused on English because we found very few in French, although they were really good, but realized that there was no defined French term yet about open scholarship, even though we call érudition ouverte. Since it was in the exploratory stage, we focused on what's out there first, but we would like to do more French in the future.
Okay, so I'll do the research part. So for our research, we had two questions. The first one was, according to literature, how researcher can define open scholarship. And the second one was, what academic libraries can do to help implement open scholarship. Thanks. So we decided to do a scoping review instead of other types of review. Scoping reviews have similar steps to systematic review, but they are a little bit more flexible. And scoping reviews usually focus more on qualitative methodology. So you can see the keywords that we use for both questions. We decided not to choose specific keywords like open access, since it's only focused on one aspect of open scholarship. And we decided as well to include digital scholarship, since it's a concept that can overlap with other ones included in open scholarship. You can also see which databases that we use for both research questions. So it was, there's like two different types of databases. There's some interdisciplinary one and some more library and information science related databases. So for our results for the first question about definition of open scholarship, there was a lot of articles that was retrieved from the databases. And after the screenings and duplicates, 85 articles remain to be included in the study. Regarding years of publication, it's really, as you can see, it's really recent. They were published between 2010 and 2020. And around 1/4 of the article that was included in the study were published in 2019 only. And for the field of research, when it was mentioned, it was majority health-related topics, some in STEM, and few in humanities and social sciences. Yeah, thanks. It's interesting to note that there was a variety of terms that were used to describe open scholarship, and you can see some of them on the screen right now. And that's only a little part of like the different words that were used to define open scholarship. So as for the content, there were 3 trends in the theme that were used to describe open scholarship. First, there were words that were highly used in the literature that can include open data and open access. Second, there were themes that were often mentioned, but not systematically, that can include open code or specific action like pre-registration or registered report. And finally, there were some less used words. They were not really highly used in the literature. That can include open methodology, open methods, etc. And for the second research question about academic libraries and open scholarship, there were 2,088 articles retrieved from the databases, and after screening and duplicates, 44 articles remained. And as for the years, it was still pretty recent. And so for the results, it was either what libraries have done or what libraries can do regarding open scholarship. So there's in the articles, a lot of them say there's still some barriers to the implementation of open scholarship in libraries. For example, the cost. There's some changes that are needed in academic library to do open scholarship, mainly cultural. The academic libraries can also put in place policies or regulations. They can put infrastructure in place, mainly repositories. They can raise awareness about open scholarship, promote collaboration, offer new services and tools like to help to write grant proposals that include aspects of open scholarship. They can also provide training to librarians and researchers about open scholarship. They can offer publishing support. for example, regarding open access. And finally, some articles mention that librarians need to take new roles and to have new skills, like to shift from a knowledge service provider to a collaborative research environment.
I guess Janet is not here today, so I'm gonna just cover quickly about the part. So from there, we wanted to start looking at what Canadian Library specifically are involved in some of these other areas of open scholarships. So we did some snooping to understand like this is a little better. So do they like provide information, service, workshop, what seem to be like emerging, and this is something we should be exploring, like sort of the benchmark, like what others do. So what we found initially using sort of the library and institutioner's website, we found that like some ideas. So it's not meant to really capture all the complexity, but mostly we found that like they do provide sort of the information about the open scholarship and then workshop like about the new tools or open source tools, and then around like using OS tool like Zotero, GIS, etc. And then we really want to, and then definitely we saw some like the foregrounding of open source, like the collections and tools and etc. So our next step based on the preliminary research, we will look more closely at those that seem to be supporting these emerging open scholarship themes and dig deeper into what they are doing. And especially at our library, so we have to translate our strategic plan into sort of the action plan. So we will use this opportunity to decide what next step might be. And then finally, we hope to look at what you Ottawa researchers specifically are doing to identify possible gaps or opportunity for partnership. So this is really a whole other awesome project. So that's all for us. So if you have any questions, let us know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate delving into Open Forest today. Do we have any questions? We don't have any in the Q&A, and I haven't seen any come through in the chat. If you do think of something, burning question you must ask, feel free to use Twitter. Our hashtag is #AccessWW. And I guess we will move on to our next session, then, seeing nothing coming in right now, in which case we have Trevor Smith from Douglas College, and he's going to be here to talk to us about library projects using agile or traditional project managements. Less stress, more success.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Everyone see me?
Yes, you have a very nice office. Excellent framing.
Okay. It's called a basement. So hi, everyone. I'm just going to get started up here. Okay. Everyone see my PowerPoint? Sorry, I've lost the chat. I'm just going to continue on until someone does it. Okay, good. Goats, good. You got my goats, good. So I'm here to talk to you about library projects using agile traditional project management. Less stress and more success. I am going to be goat bombing you during this presentation. All these pictures are taken from Hafith, which is a Icelandic goat farm. They've been working to preserve the Icelandic goat. It's where my grandfather comes from, and they're doing pretty well, except for when they get eaten by dragons in Game of Thrones. So I'm going to be going over a few things like what's a charter, how do you ground your work, some tips and tricks for you and a few books at the end of it, of course. So my name is Trevor Smith. I'm the Monograph Acquisitions and Metadata Librarian at Douglas College, and I'm an adjunct instructor at UBC's iSchool, where I teach project management. At Douglas College, we recognize and acknowledge the Kikite First Nation, as well as all Coast Salish people on whose traditional and unceded territories we live, we learn, we play, and we do our work. And UBC's Point Grey campus is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. Now, of course, please remember, you can't learn to catalog in 15 minutes, and you can't learn project management in 15 minutes either. I also want to refer back to the awesome presentation on Monday from Shelley Gullickson on web librarians who do UX. Wow, I love that presentation. And she mentioned how hard it is to get approval in a group. And it was something which really resonated with me. And I saw a lot of people in the chat resonating with it too. So hopefully I'll have a few tips and tricks on how we can approach those kind of situations. So what's a project? Metaphysically, what is a project? Well, remember that it's a temporary work that needs staff and materials to create a finished product by a particular date. So if that's what they are, why do they fail all the time? It's usually a combination of communication, unclear expectations, under-resourced, and who has the authority in any of this? And let's face it, we want to do the fun stuff first. We want to go pet that goat. That's what we want to do. So if you look at traditional project management, a lot of this stuff was designed by the Project Management Institute well over 50 years ago. It's really designed around big $1 million infrastructure projects. This is the stuff where you have to plan in advance, organize your buying, organize your staffing, and set budgets and stuff, which was great for a long time and in a lot of library settings. But with the rise of software, they really found the limits of doing traditional project management. So this is where Agile came out. Agile came from software projects where they had to roughly organize what they wanted to do because you had a group of stable workers, not this rotating group of people coming in and out. So you have a set number of workers, but you're trying to organize things into one monthly chunk. So instead of these long convoluted plans, it's like, no, what can we bite off in a single month? So in traditional project management, you as the project manager would define the requirements up front. In Agile, you still have to do that part, but it's more the group that's deciding it. So there's less pressure on you as the project manager. So how would you see these kind of projects in a library setting? Well, typical projects that you would have for traditional project management would be like a renovation or a move. You've added a new service, you've got an ILS change or an ILS upgrade, and if you've got to do an inventory project. Whereas Agile, that's the sort of stuff you would do for new website, an outreach programming, over a workflow overhaul. You bought some new SpringShare stuff and you got to figure out, oh, I bought this. What am I going to do with it? You're going to get on TikTok, or like a lot of us, how am I going to reopen my library after being shut from COVID for all these months? So really, when you get started in a project, first off, you got to really ground your work. It's always great because then when your group starts to get a bit off topic, you can ground them with the charter. So the projects take place in organizations that are bigger than your project. So how do you align your project with your organization's goals and their values? So the charter provides the what you want to do, but not many specifics. It's just the what. That's it. Once you get it approved, then you start to scope it out with the document, which provides a little bit more of the how you're going to do this stuff. So you organize your work around 3 to 5 big ticket deliverable packages, like 3 to 5. That's it. So for a class project, I organize a community center library around these 5 big deliverables that we got to figure out. We got to figure out the system. We got to figure out how to do it with people, like what do our patrons really want? The items, how we're going to catalog all this stuff, and what are we going to do with this space? Then I also have a big library reopen. You add the tasks later. You just get those 5 deliverables to figure out, like 4 or 5, what is it that I'm going to do? And then you do the deeper work later on. But the scoping is just a bit of the how. Then you'll want to pick your tools. This is Access, so I want to talk about some of the tools that we use in project management. in traditional project management, you're going to use something like Microsoft Project. And I've been playing around a bit more with Gantt Project and Project Libre, more open source free versions, which are great. This is for organizing a project around tasks, duration, resources, and costs. If you're going to use a program like this, go to lynda.com because it's not always the easiest thing to just get started with. Now, I did traditional project management back when I worked for the railways. After I finished, I went to library school, and when I finished library school, I worked at a startup. And at the startup, we used Agile, and this is really what our work looked like. We wrote tasks on sticky notes. So it was task. We didn't bother with duration. We didn't bother with resources. We didn't bother with cost. It's just a sticky note, and you put it up on the board, and it was a great way to visualize what we're all working on. Now, of course, nobody wants to go in the office right now. Nobody wants, well, we want to see our colleagues, but probably not in person. So that's where these online tools like Trello, Jira, Asana, this is where they come in. This is really from the Agile world. So again, they don't care as much about the budget stuff. So if you've got tasks and you need to assign them to people, these tools are fantastic. But if you need to just work on communication, Slack, Teams, Basecamp, those are really the ones to go with. I think we've probably all been part of a Basecamp project with a vendor where they kind of show you like, here's what we need you to do next. That's been great for them to share information with us. Because in the end, when you start doing your project, it's all about communication. Communicate, communicate, communicate. And that's where a lot of our problems hit, because in project management, like 80% of your time running a project is on communication. And I think we all know when you get a small group of people, it's a lot easier, right? You've got like 3 channels of things that are happening. So if you got, I've got me, I've got Aaron, I've got George. We have 3 channels. It's a really easy communication thing. All of a sudden, I've got my TS team. Oh, I've got a lot more channels. I get 10 channels, 12 librarians, you get 66 channels. It gets complicated really quickly. And there's a little formula if you ever want to find out why is it so hard to talk to so many people. In traditional project management, they've got a little tool for you. But the other challenge, it's not just all of these channels, it's also different people need different types of information. So when you're trying to communicate your project, the challenges you're going to have is, you know, with your general public, with your patrons, they don't care like all the specifics of the stuff. They just want to know like, hey, what are you doing? And same with your executives. So you like your library directors, your board members and such, they maybe don't care about the MARC data or how the authorities are going to work and stuff like that. They just want to know like the bottom line information so they can see that what you're doing fits in like the broader aspects of the library. Your technicians, that's like your technical services folks, that is your web folks, your programmers, they want to know the nitty-gritty details of how to get this stuff really going. And your experts, for better or worse, I would put librarians in that part because we kind of have a sense of like the nitty-gritty stuff, but also how this project is fitting into the larger library scope. So you have to not only communicate all these different channels, but you have to communicate different things to different people at different times. And this kind of comes back to some stuff we talked about, I saw with Shelley's presentation, like what could really help in some projects is a RACI chart. Now, this is not as saucy as it sounds. A RACI chart is the responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. So what you do with a RACI chart is you take, here's all the tasks you got to do, and along the top, here's all the people that are going to do this stuff. And then you really sit there and like, this is traditional project management. It's really getting into the weeds, but you can really see, okay, the items, when we do the catalog, the librarian is going to be the one accountable. This is the buck stops here person, but the catalogers are going to do the work. If you're then bringing out to the larger group of librarians, are you consulting them? So like, are you getting their feedback before you do something, or are you informing them? Where does the responsibility lie? This is where a lot of our meetings get kind of fuzzy. So then how do you organize all of your work? So we've got a charter to ground us. We've got our tools that are going to do it, and we know how to communicate. How do we put it all together? This is where I think Agile is freaking fantastic. Traditional project management, you've got weekly meetings and bi-weekly meetings and all that sort of stuff. But In Agile, they said, no, we're not doing it that way. They're not doing a big list of stuff. What they do is you do the product backlog. So the backlog is the first thing where you list all the things you got to do. You're not saying how you're going to do it or whatever. It's just like, this is what we got to do. The second step is the monthly sprint. So in a sprint, your team gets together and you figure out like, what can we accomplish in 1 month's time? Again, it's your team saying like, yeah, we could get this done. Anything that's not touched goes into the backlog. And then each day, the team meets for 5 to 10 minutes to do the daily stand-up. And in the stand-up, you stand up because everyone gets a bit lazy when we sit down. You talk about what you did yesterday, what you're doing today, and any problems you're encountering. This is not the place to problem solve right now. You problem solve just after the meeting, which allows you to have a better chance to get everyone's ears on how to fix things and less of those one-on-one drive-bys during the day. And in the end, the Scrum Master has to watch what's happening, and they're going to act as leader, coach, and shepherd to get things through. I love that part of Agile, but it doesn't work for all projects. In a traditional project management setting, you've got your WBS, your work breakdown structure. This is where you start to take, like, here's all the stuff we need to do in system. Here's all the stuff we need to do with people. You've got tasks, you're estimating time, resources, and you link them in sequence. It's very easy to get lost in this kind of a big project. And there's something called the critical path. So the critical path is something I hear mentioned in libraries where we kind of like, we get a funny idea of what a critical path is, and we get a funny idea of what Agile means. Critical path, because nobody right now is doing laundry secretly. Think of it this way. The critical path is the shortest route through your schedule where there's no flow. If you're doing laundry, let's say you got 3 loads. This is how it was taught to me years ago, and I still use this because I love it. You got 3 loads, whites, darks, and brights, and it's going to take 30 minutes to wash them, 60 minutes to dry them, and 15 minutes to fold them. If you put that into a traditional project management Gantt chart, it's going to look something like this. Yes, I did go there. I did a laundry in project management. So you can see here, you got all your darks together, all your colors, all your whites and brights. You soon realize that that dryer is really the key piece. If you don't stick to keeping on top of the dryer, you're going to be late. So anything in the critical path is something with no flow. You can see I can be lazy on putting my whites into the washing machine. I've got lots of time. Now, one last thing I kind of want to give you a little heads up. I know I'm hitting you with a lot of information, but this one is really helpful. Projects can be really hard estimating how long something's going to take. A couple of years ago, I was in a project where we had to update our proxies, right? I'm sure we've all done something like this where you got to update your proxies. And when I was scoping this out, I talked to my TS folks and said, like, well, how long is this going to take? And they say, you know what, probably going to take 4 days, maybe 2 days if we're lucky, but probably 2 weeks if it goes really, really bad. You ever been in that situation? Then you go like, which number do I pick? Do I pick 4 days? Does that sound good? But if it goes really bad, that's going to be even longer. What you do is you throw that into the mix here. And from that, I came up with 37 hours. It's a nice, simple way to say, you know what, this is a responsible way to approach this task. You might have too many, you might have too less, but it's the best way to approach it is using the PERT formula. So to kind of wrap this all up in a package here, in traditional project management, we look at, here's the scope, here's the thing that I want to do. And that is going to take time and money to complete. So the triple constraint is a triangle. And in the nice juicy caramel center is the quality. So how much time and cost you spend on it tells you how good it's going to be. But part of the problem with doing it that way is you really have, you're nailing yourself down to fixed requirements. You need to get these things done. And so you're figuring out, well, what kind of resources do I need? How many people do I need? And when do I maybe need them? That's good for big projects. But in the Agile world, Agile, that doesn't work for us because we have fixed resources. We have a team in technical services which do this stuff. And we have a fixed schedule. We have a month. And from that, you're kind of figuring out, what can I accomplish in a single month, okay? So when you're trying to figure out what methodology to use, if you're using traditional, this is when you've got a deadline, you've got a budget, and you need different subject matter experts coming in at different times. If you're going to do agile, you're looking at using software. It's going to be iterative, maybe harder to define, and you've got a set team. So if you come back to Ella's presentation, I took a little screenshot with this and asked her to use it. And oh my God, Shelley, this is just so awesome. I love those word bubbles. One way you can approach, and all of us can approach those challenging meetings, is have a charter where everyone knows what the project's about. Get the sponsor to approve your plan so you've got some authority. And then clarify what everyone's roles are, that racy part. Now, just to let you know, of course, this is a library conference, so a few books. ALA has got some great resources right now. The No Nonsense Guide to Project Management. The Head First books by O'Reilly, they're wonderful. They're a good way to get you into all this. Those ALA ones are nice and short. These ones are a bit more robust. And if you want the stereo instructions of boringness, but really good content, the PMP books are wonderful. So thank you, everyone. I know that was a bit of a whirlwind, but any questions? And I hope you like the goats.
Always love a goat. That's one thing we can all agree on here. Thank you so much, Trevor. Really appreciate it. We've had one request that you share your slides because yes, big fans of your visuals there. So that's exciting. I have not seen any other questions come in yet. So if you have questions going forward, lots of compliments though. You should dive into the chat when you get a sec so you can you can feel the love. Actually, we have questions coming in. All right, awesome. So Trevor, do you have a favorite agile platform?
No. Actually, the one I'm using the most is Microsoft Planner, because we are an Office 365 shop, so it just ties into that. I can tie that into Teams. I can tie that into SharePoint. I'm kind of a Windows guy. I literally have a Windows phone buried in this desk beside me somewhere. So that's the one I like. How to introduce PM techniques in a library setting? Cautiously. I think just trying to get people with a sense of, a charter to ground you. And even when you start doing project management stuff, doesn't guarantee that your projects are going to succeed. Lots of projects still fail. But if you start to keep working on this, you develop a bit of a process together. And it's also really important when you finish to do a lessons learned document to say, like, this is what worked, this is what failed. So later on, when you do more stuff, you can get a bit better at that. Thoughts on those expensive PM courses? Yes, they are expensive. And look around, because what I found fascinating when I did my project management course when I was with the railway, I did mine at Langara College, and it was half the price of the one at UBC, and it was taught by the exact same people. There are great ways to really get you into all of this. But the thing is, getting your PMP certificate in the library world, I don't see it as valuable. My wife is a career consultant. When I got into all this stuff, she's like, you can do PMP, but in most industries, that's a $20,000 pay bump you get for having that designation. I haven't seen anyone in libraries giving us that kind of money. So I really like the courses, but check out those ALA books because they're nice, tiny little books which get you started on it. Last question. Any thoughts on the conflict between the agile approach and the expectation of on time, on budget, and scope? Yeah, that's the challenge. That's when you have to work with your stakeholders, because they want that nimbleness, but they still want that deliverable at the end. I think it's getting your stakeholders to understand, if we're going to go down the agile road, you're investing in us to build our skills, but also you're accepting that we're going to give you stuff in monthly chunks, and that's just the way it goes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. If there are any more questions for Trevor, feel free to put them in the community notes document. Feel free to take to Twitter and use hashtag #AccessTripleDubs. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, folks.
And now we will move over to our last panel of the day before our closing remarks, Hackfest report, etc., and our awesome in Zoom yoga. So for this panel, we will be talking about collaborative development and publishing of open instructional content with GitHub. We have Alan Cho from the University of British Columbia. We have Eka Grgurek from University of British Columbia. We have Evan Thornberry, 3 guesses where he's from, also the University of British Columbia, and Jeremy Buehler from the University of British Columbia. What a squad. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Ruby. I think we're going to kick off with Alan. Alan, can you share your screen?
Wonderful. Great. Here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Cho, and I am here with my colleagues Jeremy Buehler, Eka Grgurek, and Evan Thornberry from UBC Library. Our topic today is about GitHub. But before I go into our presentation, I want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam people here at UBC. Before I want to give an introduction to the Library Research Commons. We began as a unit in 2020 as a new team with a new approach. And there's a space in Kerner Library that's a multidisciplinary hub supporting research endeavors, partnerships, and education. I want to give a little bit background before the team came together. It really started in 2013 as a service that is for graduate students that was a peer-led model within the library's Humanities and Social Sciences division. In January 2020, we came together, a new team that came from different parts of the library, and we came together as a unit and really formed a new team with a new approach. I was part of this transition, and the mandate has really evolved from serving graduate students to one that serves faculty, researchers, staff, and students. Of course, it includes graduate students and undergraduate students. So it's really about working and learning together and trying out new approaches. And that's the theme of this presentation. It's not necessarily in technology, but it's really about sharing new ideas and learning new things. And I certainly have learned a lot with my talented colleagues in trying out GitHub. But what do we do in the pre-GitHub world? I was one of the holdovers of the previous iteration of the Research Commons, and we used a number of different things in terms of instructions, different types of technology, and it was really quite messy. We used many internal shared folders, folders that were specifically for librarians, and folders that were for staff, that are accessible. And then we use, of course, our personal folders on our own laptops and desktop computers. And of course, we shared files using Dropbox, Google Drive, USB sticks, email, you named it, we used it. And the problem was that we also taught using a number of different tools as well, like Google Slides, PowerPoint, LibGuides. We even used our WordPress website as well. So the problem was there was no central location in terms of accessing the content and the teaching materials. And so findability and reproducibility was a real issue, a challenge that we faced in the sort of pre-GitHub world. So there was an uncoordinated approach. Some of us used GitHub, but I used GitHub mainly as a storage and collaboration platform, less so for instruction. But for the graduate student team, it wasn't necessarily a problem, as there weren't that many workshops to begin with. We had thesis formatting, citation management, data analysis. Not that many workshops. So we're able to get by using sort of a uncoordinated approach with a number of tools and things as well. As you can see in this image, it was really files and folders everywhere. It was difficult to find things. Sometimes we had to really rely on our memory in terms of knowing where we stored things. And this is probably not a unique problem to many organizations. So in 2020, when the team came together, we wanted to propose a new approach. We wanted to use tools that were collaborative, that were freely available open source tools that were accessible outside of the university, that we didn't need to use a remote desktop to log in and retrieve files. We wanted to use something that was that we were able to share freely as well. So through a combination of using GitHub, but GitHub Pages and Reveal.js, really tried to form a new approach, and we present through GitHub Pages. So I'll hand it over to my colleague Eka, who will go into a bit more about why we decided to use this new approach as well.
Can you confirm that you can see my slides? Awesome.
Yes.
So I'm taking over from Alan just to talk a little bit about the specifics of why GitHub, which is a question I think we get a lot from our colleagues and others who have existing workflows that are perhaps not as reliant on Git and GitHub and the upskilling that might involve for some individuals. The fundamental reason, I think, is because we had momentum with Git and GitHub. It was already in use in some pockets of our group, as Alan mentioned. And as many of us in this particular audience know, whenever you're adopting a new workflow, particularly one that requires introducing a new technology, having that local momentum is an important piece for ensuring success. With that experience, we had a stepping stone that we could kind of move from. Another reason is, of course, the community inspiration from others doing similar things, particularly the Carpentries Open Educational Resources model, which we looked to quite strongly for inspiration in our template and how we might approach having a template that speaks to many different kinds of topics. That philosophical desire to lower barriers to access and to enable remixing of specific subsets of our content was also a really big part of this. With the Carpentries, we often remix content from the Carpentries, but we're not necessarily remixing an entire topic. We're remixing a subset of it, maybe an hour or an hour and a half worth of it. And we wanted to maintain that kind of remixable quality to the content that we were creating and putting out there. And we also do have students who don't have a strong connection, who perhaps are less comfortable with certain tools or don't have certain licenses available to them. The truth of this template is that you can view it with a browser window and you're able to download it if you have a bad internet connection. Especially right now, this has become a boon for some attendees. And when somebody misses a workshop or is not able to come to a session, we have an open educational resource that they will definitely be able to engage with that we can send to them. And that's been really huge, especially for the digital scholarship piece of this. As Alan mentioned, we were a new team. We are a new team, and we have a new desire to upskill and experiment with new workflows. But part of this was also that the scope of topics that we're covering has expanded. And one of our goals continuously in the development of workshops and the delivery of workshops is to better support the technical consults that are coming our way. In my context, I get a lot of technical consults that are exploratory or curious about trying to do something that perhaps underlying skills aren't 100% present for. Git and GitHub are definitely skills some of these projects benefit from. So kind of practicing what we preach has been a really important piece of this whole process. And finally, there's the sustainability question, which is, this is a text-based approach. It's easy to move, remix, and repurpose, easier than files that are perhaps owned or stored in institutional memory by individuals who are not on our team forever. Our graduate academic assistants do stay with us for a while, but at some point they leave us. And so having that sort of sustainable text-based approach to the content that we're developing has been really important. GitHub also has built-in structures for better ownership, collaboration, and maintenance, which my colleagues are going to talk about next. But with the growth in the size of our unit and with the growth in the number of graduate academic assistants doing different things, that has been a really important piece of the puzzle. And currently GitHub Pages is free and unlimited for our use case, which again is something that is just a serendipitous piece that happens to help us get from point A to point B, but also aligns with what the kinds of projects that come in through consults need. They need something that is easily accessible, low cost, and relatively well maintained for now. So I'm going to pass it off to our colleague, Jeremy Buehler, for the workflow.
Thanks, Eka and Alan. I'm Jeremy Buehler. I am the data librarian on the Research Commons team. And we'll just share my slides with you as well. It's going to get an okay from someone that the slides are visible.
Yep, you're good.
Excellent, thank you. So we've talked a little bit about the reasons why we're attracted to working with GitHub. I want to spend a bit of time just talking about the workflow and what that actually looks like in practical terms for getting our workshop content from the Markdown files that it's in initially into published sites. So the setup is relatively simple from a software perspective. The only thing that's an absolute must in our workflow is GitHub, and we have each contributor with their own GitHub account. Those separate GitHub accounts are collected under a GitHub organization, and that allows us to manage more easily as people come and go from the team. In terms of the content, Eka's already talked a bit about this, the Markdown files. We do write all our content in Markdown. And then we also with slides, while we can add slides in any format into our GitHub repositories, we are encouraging the use of Reveal.js so that we have more flexibility in implementing and adding those slides. And then last here on this page, in terms of skills, the only skills required for authoring the content are familiarity with Markdown and with GitHub. It's a relatively low barrier for entry, but it's not universal, those skill sets. So it may require a bit of work to bring a team up to speed. Only one person on the team needs to know how Jekyll works, but that's an important thing to point out too, because you may want to customize the display of the content, and I'll talk a bit more about that on some of the subsequent slides. So to illustrate this, here's an example of Markdown content produced by one of our current GAAs, Chelsea Palmer, for a workshop on, well, it's an introduction to Docker. And this is what the rendered content looks like. So we have a website here, some navigation over on the side, various pages and other content in the rendered site. Going back to how we get to that point, each workshop in our setup is its separate GitHub repository. And here's a screenshot of what the repository looks like for that site that we just looked at. So you'll see there's an index Markdown file down at the bottom. That's what's generating that front page. There's a config YAML file, which I'll talk about a bit later. And then in that content directory, there are a series of other Markdown files, each of which corresponds to one page in the final site. So it's a relatively simple structure. The organization here where the content is all in that separate content folder is really arbitrary. It helps us keep our material organized within the repository. But in rendering of the sites, it really doesn't matter where those folders are. So those of you who know a bit about Jekyll may wonder why there aren't more Jekyll-related files in that repository. And that's because we use actually a central theme, a separate repository, which is where our Jekyll theme lives. So here's a snapshot of that one. And it's this rc-workshop-template repository that actually contains all of the information required for Jekyll or GitHub pages to render the site. So you'll see here that we've copied, really, we've just adapted the just the doc themes with a few changes in the layout and a few changes in the CSS files to render the way that we want to. But the bulk of the layout comes from that just the docs Jekyll theme. The next step, of course, is to stitch these two things together. And that's where that config file that I mentioned at the beginning comes into play again. What you see here is a sample of a config file from one of the, well, again, from the Intro to Docker workshop. Each workshop is going to have a config file kind of like this. And it's that highlighted second line there that I want to call your attention to. That is what references the workshop theme and ensures that when GitHub Pages generates this, it goes to that for getting all the settings. We allow some other things to be configured at the workshop level. So while all our content is open, some is created with with different types of open licenses, so that can be specified here. And there's some other details at the bottom that have to do with building Jekyll sites locally, which isn't absolutely required, but can be helpful for some authors. Tricky thing, of course, with a workflow like this, or any workflow in a team setting, is getting everyone on the same page and working in the same way. So our template actually doubles as a site in its own right that contains instructions and documentation. And so this is the rendered site of our UBC Research Commons workshop theme, with step-by-step instructions that guide authors on setting things up. And it's a relatively simple copy-paste affair to get the YAML file in and to get everything going. So that's as far as I have here with the presentation, and I'll turn it over to Evan to continue.
All right. So I'm hoping everybody can see my screen here. I'm Evan Thornberry. I'm the GIS librarian at UBC Library, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the way that we have handled improvements and maintenance on the workshops. After Trevor's presentation, I'm going to say this is going to sound a little ad hoc, mainly because it's new and it's experimental. But also we're not really operating under tight deadlines or anything like that. But I think that soon might change. So it's going to be really interesting as we move forward with some of these and sort of establish our workflows. But for improvements and maintenance, we knew going into this that our workshops, because they are often on technical topics or software related topics, that we would need to sort of allow for constant and ongoing maintenance. And we settled on using some of the built-in features of GitHub for this, like I mentioned, which naturally pairs with our workflows that Jeremy covered. So we have three main methods for doing this. One is a content review tracking repository. It's part of our organization. It's a private repository right now that we just use for internal sort of review tracking. I'll show you a screenshot of that in a second. Then we also use GitHub issues, and issues are really used for identifying like specific improvements. They range from anything from spelling errors to broken links, or maybe suggesting larger improvements or rewording some of the textual content. And then we also, we see pull requests, or we are starting to use them maybe for integrating larger changes. We also see them being used from time to time from students well, mainly students who have taken a workshop and think that there's a better way to maybe explain something, or you know, I don't know, some way to improve the workshops themselves. To me, that's really the ultimate. I think that you know, that level of engagement from students is really sort of a sign of success. I mean, that's kind of the stuff that we're hoping for, is that these are the openness of these workshops are really sort of encouraging and inviting pull requests and comments for improving. So the content review tracking repository is really sort of our coordinated sort of like table, I guess. It's our coordinated effort to actually go through specific workshops at a particular time. We have just a table with all of our workshops. You can see at the very bottom with a note about when it's last reviewed, the initials of the person who reviewed it, and then we now added a fourth column for reviewing some of the copyright concerns or issues. Now this has been really helpful because it can be sort of like tackled or worked on by any number of people at the same time. We were able to sort of bring on board an iSchool, UBC iSchool student, Elizabeth Fernandez, you see here down at one of the contributors, who was able to go through several, if not all of our workshops maybe, and just look for things, links, screenshots that were out of date, areas where she was confused by the way we described something. And this is a really great way for us to sort of get some feedback from folks outside. But also it was a great thing for Elizabeth, who, she wanted to learn a lot of the content. She wanted to learn about some of the things that we were teaching. So this is a really great way for her to also learn the content. And it's a kind of a low stakes way to start learning some of the GitHub sort of workflows that I think she found very beneficial to her. So in those content reviews, we typically add issues. And issues are just a great way for us to keep track and log some of the things that we're working on. Pay no attention to the dates that some of these issues were opened. As I said before, this is like, we don't have any hard deadlines, but we do have them there, and we are mindful of these issues. You do see that, there are 4 open, but 13 closed. I think we're a little bit more time sensitive. But when these issues are submitted, they're tagged, usually by one of the workshop owners or someone who's familiar with the content. And oftentimes we'll tag them as a good first issue or good for beginners. And this is a really nice way for us to kind of get in some extra help from students who are interested in learning how to do this. And that's been it's been really nice to have this as a sort of very simplified project management workflow. And then pull requests, as I said, it's really great to see pull requests from people who have taken the workshops or somehow found them. I think in the future, we're hoping to encourage this behavior a little bit more so that we can, keep the content up to date. So I think right now I'm going to stop sharing, and we're going to have, we're going to kind of discuss our lessons learned and our next steps. So I'm just going to unshare. And Jeremy, I'll let you go first. I think that's how we were going to, maybe not how we were going to do it.
Sure, that sounds great. Kind of leading into our Q&A session, each of us will just say a word or two about a lesson that we've learned in this process and some of the next steps. One of the next steps for me is to take advantage of improvements that have been made in the Just the Docs template since we have set it up. So this ties in actually very closely with an important lesson that I've learned throughout this process. Setting up this template was my first experience with Jekyll, and was a bit of sort of copy paste, try it out, see if it works. The lesson, I guess, is to be more strategic in implementing the local changes to that template, which I did usually by changing the layout file or the CSS file, but doing those in a more careful way to make sure they are easier to preserve in future updates. Because I think this next instance of updating our template with some of the new features that have been added to the Just the Docs template or theme will be a little bit more complex than it needs to be, just because I was careless in that initial setup. So yeah, I'll pass it over to whoever wants to take up with their next comment or lessons learned.
I can take on from there. And I also am seeing a few chats and questions that I think are relevant to our next steps and our lessons learned. I think the reason that we've sort of run with Git and GitHub is in part because it's an emerging skill set that is often present as a needed skill set in consults. And it's often something that is already in the works in some way in my consults, which are in the digital scholarship context. The people that I talk to are often engaging with software development. They're engaging with scripting. They're engaging with things that benefit from version control in the way that Git and GitHub support version control. and they benefit from an understanding of those workflows. So I think one of my big lessons learned in all of this is that while we can't expect everyone to have a default Git and GitHub skill set in the way that we might expect people to know how to use Excel, which I'm not sure is a universal skill set also. I think an increasing number of people at least understand the importance of the kind of version control that something like Git enables, and that understanding and the desire to upskill in something like Git is definitely a universal thing that I'm seeing. I also think that the way that we've done this has helped me recruit students who are interested in stretching their skills in this direction, which has been a huge boon to our team, just in terms of the quality and the complexity of the content we're able to offer through digital scholarship workshops, for instance. And also, one of the biggest lessons learned for me is that sometimes these things are hard to pass on to others. So enabling students who are developing content for us to include talking points in a more meaningful way, primarily through policy rather than like the infrastructure is there, but just making it an easy, natural next step in the process of contributing content is a big thing that we still need to work on. And I do also see a question about why GitHub, and because I did those slides, I'm just going to quickly answer it now, just in terms of why not something like Google Sites. Again, it goes back to that foundational skill set of building an understanding of version control. But I also think it's the humbling experience of doing something trickier when you're a new team and co-learning together and trying to bring everybody on the same page and sort of process through something where, you know, I had a lot of familiarity with Git and GitHub, but perhaps not in the particular way that we're using it now. And just sort of having a collaborative approach to that has been incredibly useful. We are a very interdisciplinary team where we are covering a very large number of different topics. And so Git is not always a thing that comes up for all of us, but it is something that we've all been interested in upskilling in. And I think that was an important thing. I'm kind of rambling. Evan or Alan, do you want to go next?
I'll jump in here. Sorry, Anna. Is that all right if I go next? I do want to kind of continue rambling for you, Eka, about the comment about why GitHub, and I think that you did frame it pretty nicely. There are probably a lot of easier ways that we could have done this, but one thing that I do really, really often is fail and break things, and I think that just kind of embracing that and being able to troubleshoot is one of those things that I think some of the students have really benefited from, and so that alone I think has been one of those like unforeseen benefits of doing it this way. But I do want to talk about my lesson. One of my lessons learned, one that I get to talk about, is the probably the copyright issue and openness. And I think that because we are inviting students to kind of contribute to some of the content that's being created, and some of them might not be familiar with you know, open licensing and just the idea of openness, we are you know, having to kind of go back now and redo some of the things that we started with. You saw that fourth column in there, the copyright review. And so, I mean, our whole goal here, I think, is to provide something that is completely open, that gives people who want to use these, whether they're at UBC in a particular department or a librarian somewhere else, kind of the easiest pathway to copy and you know, modify one of our workshops. So I think that that's something that we'll probably moving forward we'll start integrating or start thinking about when we partner with students and create new content. Next step for me, I think I have a lot. One is, I'll just say really quickly, is to start maybe theming the Just the Docs theme for particular topic areas. Like for me, GIS is one where I could see there being a lot of like new style classes for specific things that are particular to GIS. One thing that we did in the last run was we created like a style class for step-by-step instruction, which is nice, and you do need that in workshops. But we wanted a way to avoid just having like step 1, press a button. We try to create a style class that helped with just keeping the step benchmarks, but letting us be more flexible with the content in between steps. And then the other thing I think is end-of-lifing some of these workshops. We've talked about this in the past, but it's going to come up sooner or later, and we have to have a discussion about how we preserve these and archive these things. And it might involve some conversations with our institutional repository to see how we can facilitate more systems-based or software-based archiving, or using WARCs or something. But I think that that's something that will probably coming up in the near future have to discuss.
Well, for me, not so much lessons learned, but experience learned. It's been a humbling experience using GitHub. I've used it in the past before we moved into GitHub for teaching. I used GitHub more for like OSF for storage mechanism. So when the team came together and sort of brainstormed about what type of workflow we want to move in to next, GitHub was one that wasn't on my list at first. Yeah, and I've had discussions previously with other teams about, what would be a better system. So we've tried it a number of times on different teams. So at first I was quite skeptical about it. It's like, will we all be able to use this, and how long will this last? So seeing how it's been able to function so well over the past 8 months has been really a great learning experience for myself. I'm no expert in terms of using Git and Reveal.js, so being able to learn that on the go, on the fly with the team has been really a humbling experience for me, and in trying new things out. The next step for myself is getting our graduate students on board and using this technology as well. So far, they've been transitioning over because the graduate students on my particular team, thesis formatting and citation management, were students that were before 2020. So for them, this is also quite new for them as well. So they've been using different technologies over the transition to GitHub pages as well. So it's really about training opportunities for them and for other students as well. So it's not only myself, it's also getting our graduate students on board as well for this. So all in all, it's been a great opportunity to try out something new. And so and it's been really successful because even my colleagues in the library and other branches have said that they want to develop content and they want to use GitHub in terms of depositing that content so that it could be reusable by not only us, but also their students down the road who wants to reteach those content as well. So that was a real epiphany for me, and that it's really catching on with some of the colleagues as well. So small steps, but we've come a long way in the past number of months. So it's been really a pleasurable experience.
Tim, just to answer your question in the Q&A about pushback on not using non-sanctioned platforms, I think it's very similar to people using Google or Google Drive, Google Slides, or preferring a different kind of editor over Word when writing a document. The content that we're putting out there is sort of basically, because it's movable, I think it's okay. And we haven't experienced a lot of pushback internally. We've had encouragement to kind of continue doing what we're doing. And if we need to move, we're in a place where we can definitely move it quite easily. But I think it's worth thinking of it as a personal choice in what presentation platform you end up using when presenting a workshop. And that's really how we've been thinking about this and approaching it.
I do also, on that same topic, remember early on having a conversation with the right people at UBC who would have been the ones to slap my wrists about using this, and they definitely were sold on the fact, because I had some specific needs that wouldn't be, something that I basically needed, a place to display code or, upload files. I needed a place where, I'd have a bit more flexibility around the way that we styled code in a browser. I wanted to share things really quickly. And so they were, I can't remember all the reasons I had for this, but they were pretty open to it.
I do think the Jekyll piece is really important too. We're also, in the context of digital scholarship, I see our collection builder and Wax heroes in the chat, and I think we're also using those tools and encouraging people to use them. So having sort of a crosswalk for instance, for the digital scholarship students between Git and GitHub and Jekyll and the kinds of things that might come our way is really, it's a neatly closed loop in terms of the skill set that we develop over the course of our time together.
Awesome, guys. You've already been answering questions from the Q&A, so that's great. I guess we have 2 left to go through. That makes sense. So I'll read the first one out. We have here a note that they did not find on GitHub any recommendations on using it as a documentation repository. This person's company started to use GitHub issues to store documentation, and they're not sure it's right. Would you be able to provide any insights, comments?
I'll let others jump in, but GitHub has a built-in feature to publish basic documentation for a repository, and that's what we're exploiting, essentially. We're just making use of this built-in feature that perhaps is not intended to be used quite the way that we are. So I think in terms of finding best practices around that, looking at other projects that are making use of the documentation functionality is the best way to go. Do others want to jump in on this?
I don't have a lot to add, but one of the early repositories that we set up was actually, pardon me, a way to collect the documentation that was previously scattered and often in folders that our new graduate academic assistants didn't have access to. And I'll share the link to this in a moment in the Zoom chat, but I'm thinking of the RC Docs repository if anyone else wants to post it. It uses the exact same structure as what we've described for our workshops, but is much more of just a place where any documentation that can be open is available and gathered together for the team. So it doesn't really answer your question about recommendations from GitHub, but it's an example of more of a documentation-based repository.
Awesome, thank you. And our last question that we have in the Q&A here right now asks, how do you recommend getting started learning GitHub and the skills needed to use it? I'm really interested in your use case, but have never used GitHub.
I think we have 3 great workshops on the topic. I don't know if anybody's going to post those links or not, but I'm just going to say that there are a lot of really great open resources out there. Don't be shy to experiment and again, fail and break things, because I think that's how you learn how these systems work, when you can fix them. I don't have any specific recommendations, but I'm sure others on this panel do.
We have a visitor. I think for me, learning Git and GitHub was, I benefited a lot from a former mentor who would pair program with me and just kind of walk me through their personal best practices. So if you have a colleague who has skills in Git and GitHub who can show you their personal quirks and workflows. That's really helpful. But very fundamentally, building a page with Jekyll and GitHub Pages is a great way to learn, because it gives you practice in doing some very simple edits. You don't really have to, you make use of all of the features, but you don't, it's difficult to sort of horribly break anything, which I immediately am going to correct myself on, because Jekyll can be a nightmare. But even just using the basic GitHub Pages, publish a page and then make changes to it will give you a workflow that you start from. And that's where our students start. If they don't have experience with Git and GitHub, they start by trying to work with our template and make small changes.
The hard part is when, I mean, starting off when you're working on your own site and your own content is really sort of nice, because it's just you. When you are starting to work on things that are branched, or you have other people who are collaborating, then it can get a little tricky. So that's kind of the next step. I think that's even the next step for our team, is more collaborative in terms of we're all working on it at the same time. But that's another next step, I suppose.
Yeah, GitHub didn't come easy for me, and it's still a steep learning curve for myself. As I said earlier on, I use it mainly as a repository for my data sets. So using it in a different way, learning how to use Reveal.js, it was helpful having my colleagues, Jeremy, Eka, and Evan, having done that, and being able to share the code and using the code and sort of recreating pages, and it's just experimenting. So for me, a lot of just leveraging off the expertise of my colleagues and experience. So I've been really able to benefit from their expertise. And also at the beginning, I just used YouTube. So that was my go-to, is just going to YouTube and seeing how others do it, and what the heck is it in terms of doing it on my own local network, as opposed to doing it on GitHub. So for example, so even just learning the difference between the two, and all the nuances into it. So for me, I still consider myself a newbie. But in terms of the workflow, it's been really a pleasure doing it along with the team, and having really buy-in with the team and being part of that. I think that's been the real goal, and something that I really enjoyed working as a part of a team.
One thing on the getting started in GitHub and bringing people into that work is that the terms Git and GitHub are often used interchangeably. That's something we try to distinguish for students who take our intro Git course. So the workflows that we described here can actually all be done just by learning GitHub and just working on GitHub. Learning the command line Git isn't actually required, although it does speed things up, and it's probably something that you would want to, a skill you'd want to develop in a team environment. If you're just starting out and testing to see whether this is workable for you, you can do all of that within the GitHub online environment without actually installing Git or doing anything else.
Jordan, I'm not sure if GitHub is not accessible from Iran. That's a really good point. And one of the reasons that something like Google Docs can be problematic as well. I just wanted to add, in terms of learning Git and GitHub, specifically when learning to use our GitHub workflow and our template, I've worked with colleagues who don't have a lot of experience with GitHub, who don't have a mental model of how Git works and kind of what it's doing, but are still presenting workshops with me and learning on the fly. And in those cases, maybe our collaboration looks like me setting up the skeleton of our site and a colleague using the UI editor on GitHub. And perhaps our slides are not in Reveal.js, but rather in Google Drive, and that slide link is provided as a component of our site. So I think another piece to this is we collaborate with people in ways that are appropriate to the topic, to the context, and to their desire to upskill towards this as well. And then because these are open resources that have a life and sort of a review process associated with them, we can grow them over time. We can improve them over time, make them into something that's more text-based rather than reliant on a Google slide deck and whatnot. So I think there are levels of involvement that are completely okay. And part of the benefit of this kind of a template and this approach is the flexibility.
Ellie, you asked if there's a way to track metrics on the GitHub pages on the workshop sites. There is tracking done within GitHub itself. There is also, if one preferred to do it through Google Analytics, there's a way to build in your analytics tracker code into the generated sites. So that can be done in a number of ways.
Awesome, team. I'm just seeing another question having come in the chat up here, so give me a sec to scroll on up. She may not be a goat, but she is a kid, so I think we're still on brand. Do you think GitHub could be a solution for OER version control across institutions? For example, where some OER may be in Pressbooks, H5P, or other platforms, and reused and adapted by multiple institutions?
Short answer, yes. There are lots of ways to potentially do that. And I think there are also a lot of great examples of open educational resources that are in some way using Git to maintain version control over the course of their lifespan. Does anyone else want to jump in on this? Gitbooks is also a thing that has been used by a lot of open educational resources.
I don't have any.
Yeah, no, nothing bad.
Well, I just was going to say I love the idea. I'm sure it's possible, but no specific pathway to recommend.
Awesome. There's lots of cool content popping up in the chat here. So this is great. Do we have any more questions for our panelists here? Giving it the old teacher 7 seconds, I think.
We'll also answer anything that's placed in the community notes document. And if anyone else wants to dive further into how we onboard our students, we could also speak to that a little bit more if there are no other questions.
I'm not seeing any coming in, but I am seeing people would love to hear about onboarding students.
Does anyone else want to kick that off? When we started this process, Jeremy, I see you unmuted, but I can talk a little bit about when we originally started the process. We set up a template and we kind of played it out in our local context within our team to upskill and to get things rolling. But then hired digital scholarship students, hired new data students, hired a group of GIS-focused students through a grant, all of whom made use of the template and provided us feedback on how to improve it. And the onboarding for that looked like consultation sessions. So we did training sessions with each of those teams and then offered consults one-on-one with individuals who were having issues, where we helped them set up through a screen share, because this was during the pandemic, helped them set up their site through a screen share and then provided feedback on anything that was unclear. But I think the important piece of this is our process to onboard students is a collaborative process in which they provide us feedback on how to improve our template and what was unclear to them so that we can improve that process in the future. And a lot of it is setting it up with 2 people in the room. One person, the student, plus somebody who knows what they're doing, who's kind of walking them through it and getting them to do it themselves, not doing it for them.
One thing I'll add to that, and I think both Eka and Alan have talked about this already, but there are various, and even within our OERs, various levels, you could say, of workshop content. So some may be really just a skeleton site that links out to some slides and has a bit of information about the workshop itself. It's still using that template, so it retains sort of a common look and feel, and it's handled in the same workflows, but it didn't require necessarily that the student transcribe all of the content that they were previously teaching over into the new content. So this is particularly true for students that were here and kind of carried through with us into the new system. It's been a bit of a soft launch, and I think it's been good to do it in this way so that we don't force anyone who's not comfortable with or engaged and really excited to learn these skills to move into that direction, but we can still provide that skeleton for them that's set up very quickly and have them then add to and gradually get used to that way of presenting the content.
For the onboarding of some of the graduate students that has been with Research Commons for a few years before sort of the new workflow is really not so much onboarding them using the technologies, but rethinking the content. Some of the content has been, boy, you know, when we had begun in 2013, that was sort of, some of that content is still there. So it's really about reshaping and reformatting, rethinking the way that we deliver that content in such a way that it's more integrative, but also interactive, using the GitHub pages and OERs. So we still haven't done that yet. Essentially, it's like Jeremy said, some of the workshops are sort of, you know, using GitHub pages as sort of a skeleton site with links to other sites, and really is similar to what we currently have or had before, using the LibGuides. And really, how do we reshape and rethink that content? That's the next step in terms of for some of the workshops that has been there for a while now. So it's getting a little dusty, and it's time to rethink those workshops.
And I think that raises the question of why GitHub over LibGuides or something else like that. I think that is the thing that really tips the scales towards GitHub is the ongoing maintenance plan that we have for that content. So things are theoretically not going to get as dusty as they might in another setting, and the ownership is easier to transfer. In the case of some of the digital scholarship students, we have them fork old repositories and just kind of build onto them. And that also is one form of sort of ownership and upkeep that has really helped transition from just librarians developing content in certain topics and students developing content in other topics to students being able to take ownership over those topics as well.
Something I'd add about the GitHub over LibGuides or other internal platforms is also the ease and speed with which we can bring new people in to get the permissions they need to work with the content. So it's not impossible. It's certainly part of a workflow to give and revoke access to LibGuides, but there's a little bit more involved in that process than there is in granting access to our content here.
Awesome. So if there's nothing else that the panelists or the audience would like to go over, I think we're handing things off to James for our closing remarks and our Hackfest report and all of that good stuff. And then same Zoom time, same Zoom channel, we will be getting bendy with some yoga later on.
Hi, everyone. So this time we've set aside for any Hackfest reports. Is anyone in the Zoom participating in the Hackfest have any reports? If you're not already a panelist, maybe do the raise hand. I can panelize you. No? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna promote you, Julia. Did that work? Yeah, so Julia, if you want to go ahead.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity to share out a little bit. I was working with a group on carbon emissions for Access 2020 conference yes, it's better. I'm just laughing at something in chat. Yes, I have been panelized now. So I'm going to share my screen and just kind of show you what I think everyone wants to see, which is the result of our hacking. I also want to acknowledge my team members here. So let me just make sure I get the names correctly on that. Okay, so I want to acknowledge Peter Binkley, who inspired this work and laid the groundwork. We were all inspired to look at carbon emissions after his talk last year on the history of access, in which he described the impact of business travel on carbon emissions. And I found that really inspiring and provocative in terms of course, he could not anticipate that we would be meeting virtually due to a pandemic, but it is an opportunity for us to think about that. In addition to Peter, who provided the links and code that he used to generate some data visualizations last year, we also had input from Rebecca and Eka, who gave us some data as members of the organizing conference or pinged the people who could get those to us. And also Trisha Jenkins and Jordan Hale joined us, and they were both instrumental in this too. So I will share my screen. Okay, so this is the result. It's actually hosted in GitHub Pages. So that was a great to hear some connections with the previous talk about that. And we have links to Peter Binkley's talk from last year in YouTube, as well as the evidence that he cited as part of that talk. And then what we ended up doing was, with the speaker location data from the organizers and from Peter's previous research, we geolocated this year's speakers and calculated the average distance from the host location. So you can see last year, this red circle is the average distance traveled by speakers. So that's this number right here. So, and then in kilometers as well. So, and then on the right-hand side, you have Vancouver. So I think that what's clear from this is that there is a larger distance, average distance for people traveling virtually to this conference. So the reach of the conference has increased. And then we did actually Trisha did some back of the napkin calculations using a variety of different studies to inform her approach. We did know that digital streams also do expend, take energy to do, take data to do. So we factored that into our calculation, but even so, by hosting a virtual conference, a virtual access conference, we did save 76.68 tons of CO2 hosting access conference virtually. So this was my, and you can also find this on GitHub as well. It's all there, and feel free to contribute to the project if you'd like. And I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on this, but yeah, that's how I would describe it. This is my first Access conference, so it's been a pleasure to work with others on this project and continue some of Peter Binkley's thoughts on this. And yeah, it was a team effort.
Thank you, Julia. Is there any questions on that? If people want to put them in the Q&A? And if there's anyone else with the Hackfest report, maybe raise your hand, I can queue you up. No questions? Alrighty. Thank you very much. Awesome work. Just to close us off here, again, a super big thanks to UBC, Simon Fraser University, OCLC, who's hosting our Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture tomorrow afternoon. Don't want to miss that. It's going to be great. And OCLC, sorry, I just said OCLC. OCLC again, you're great. And the BC Libraries Cooperative. And also amazing thank you to Ben Hyman from the Vancouver Island University Library for hosting our GOATs, our live stream of GOATs. That was so wonderful, so relaxing. All the mental health break we all need right now. And stay tuned for yoga. We have yoga starting at 12:45 right here. Eka's going to be helping out with that. So I'm going to put up just some boring slides and music, and we can get your yoga pants on, and we'll be back at 12:45. And we'll see you again tomorrow here as well. So thank you very much. Hi, I'm sorry, we missed someone wants to do a Hackfest report. Christy, I don't know where you are. Can you do the raise hand, please? There we go.
Hey, sorry about that. The schedule says 3:20 or 12:25, so I had to go pick my kid up. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to show you. So we had Corey and Scott and I did a lot of really great work yesterday on taking photographs from our collection at Ingenium. So Ingenium is the Canada Science and Technology Museums, and I am the digital content officer there. And so I had a group of about 2,000 metadata for 2,000 photos, and I wanted to see it spread out across a map. So that was kind of the impetus for this. So we actually came up with something pretty fun. So do you guys see my screen?
Yep, you're good.
Do you see the map?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what we did, and Scott was from Saskatchewan Libraries, was really instrumental in showing us this tool where now we can take all the photo data and show it as it based on the location of the photos across this map. And he was even able to link it to our website, and it'll bring up the actual photographs. In addition to that, I was interested in data visualization. So we also made these dashboards show with the different kinds of data we have in the collection. So these are a sample of the years that the sample size, the 2,000 photos, are done in. So you can see heavy in the 50s. So as you see, the data is not perfect. It would need a lot of kind of massaging to get it to be really pretty, but this was, you know, in the 3 hours we had, and I think it was so much fun working with I don't know if Connor and Scott are on the call now, but it was just a really great to get this this all set up, and Scott took the time to show me how this program Elastic works, and Connor was really great about using the Google Maps API to get all the geographical location data for all the photos. So it was just a really great experience we had. So yeah, that's all I wanted to show off. Does anyone have any questions? No, I've got lots of fun comments. That's good. Thanks, guys.
Good work. And just another thing I should mention, we're sending out a survey form thingy for people to sign up or express interest in hosting Access 2021. There's no plan yet, but we're interested in hearing from you. Again, we're all basically Vancouver or Vancouver Island based organizing team this year, but it doesn't need to be that way. Just have to coordinate time zones. And so fill out the form, send us an email, let us know if you're interested. We need all the help. And so check out the tweets for that form and just checking Slack. Anything else I need to say, Slack people? No. Okay. I think we got everything this time. Thank you, everyone.